Hello, everyone, and welcome to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We are live inside the Cathedral of Tennis, getting ready to report on the opening round of the 2023 CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament. Hello, everyone. Dylan Simmons alongside Grant Langston, and we cannot wait to bring you this game against number 5 seeded UAB and number 4 seeded Rice. Grant, and it's going to be a fantastic day for some men's tennis.
Yeah, fantastic day, fantastic weekend for some tennis. Still an exciting men's slate this weekend, as well as the women's who got kicked off yesterday. We're, of course, broadcasting this match today because this determines who Middle Tennessee will face in their first match tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
That you are right. We will see who they will play tomorrow in that semifinal round. Number 1 Middle Tennessee obviously coming off 3 straight Conference USA championships, and they are awaiting the opponent of this matchup, which is going to be a fantastic one between two CUSA teams who have showed out in many different aspects this year. Rice comes in with a 12-9 record. UAB comes in with a 20-6 record, and both have shown what they are capable of in CUSA, and a bit of a historic matchup in another sense as well. This is the last time that these two teams will play each other as CUSA opponents. So a bit of history and a bit of bragging rights for these two teams before they enter the American in 2024. Should be a fantastic one in Houston. Can't wait to get this party started, which we will do momentarily in Houston. We'll see what's going to happen with Rice. And remember also that Rice will be coming in with a bit of an advantage since Houston is going to be the spot where the tournament is this year, and that's where Rice plays.
Yeah, a bit interesting matchup here since UAB is the higher seeded team, but as you alluded to, they are playing in Rice's home arena. So we'll see what the crowd can do to affect how this tournament plays out in their favor.
That much will be decided soon as we see our first double serve. You see Wes Barnett and Trinity Greer for Rice, and that is McCall Lazowski and Noah Malige for UAB. Barnett and Greer will get the first point to make it 15-love. And another quick serve that time from Lazowski. Beautiful placement of that ball right in the box. And that'll make it 30-love for Rice, and that was Barnett with the beautiful serve.
Yeah, Dylan, you can see Trinity Greer up in the front court. We'll see his serve later. He's junior for the Owls, but definitely one of the leaders of this team, one of the standouts in last year's tournament.
And you see Barnett step up a little bit that time on the backhand. Couldn't quite clear it over the net, and that's going to result in the first point scored by UAB. 30-15 game now. And you see a brief discussion here between Greer and Barnett. Here's the windmill. And that one will quickly go into the net. Serve 2 to follow. And Greer played that one close to the net, but couldn't get the angle on the spike.
Quite an impressive slice serve there from Barnett, though. Going to be very impressive to watch, and definitely hard to return this entire afternoon. And Dylan, it's interesting that you mentioned the records a few moments ago. UAB only having played 3 conference matches. Rice, we saw earlier, or excuse me, Rice with only 3 conference matches. We saw them here early in the season, but UAB didn't play anybody in Conference USA this season. So they haven't seen much of this competition, throughout the last few months.
And a beautiful volley right there as Lazowski and Malige teamed up and took out Barnett and Greer on that doubles. And that's going to give UAB a 40-30 lead after an early 30-love deficit and a chance to take a break point here. Would be massive for UAB early.
Huge opportunity to go up a break.
UAB coming in as the lower seed. And part of that, as you mentioned, perhaps from not playing any CUSA games, but Rice is going to tie it up very nicely with that beautiful fast serve from Wes Barnett. Deuce now in the deciding point, and a very crucial one here in this doubles match early. Could help set the tone for the remainder, and we will find that out shortly. As that one goes high and away, and that will give Rice the doubles point and a 1-0 lead for the Owls over on court number 1. A beautiful start for West Barnett and Trinity Greer.
It's a big comeback there, Dylan, down 40-30. And then you're on serve here. You've got to start out strong if you're the Owls, and they were able to come back and secure that first hold.
Well, you can definitely see that Rice is wanting to set the tone early in Houston, and they were able to do that with West Barnett and Trinity Greer. Got a little tied up, gave up 40 unanswered points, but were able to respond in kind and now have a 1-0 lead over on court number 1. That will definitely be a fun one to watch throughout today. We'll take you next courtside for our next bit of doubles action momentarily. We'll be heading over to court number 3 to see what the latest is in that doubles matchup. And as you see, Rice is responding well to the adversity. That is Heap and Capacey. They will make it a 30-40 game. And you see the quick high fives from the sideline. As that first serve goes into the net. It was a bit of a toss-up as to who would be on the doubles teams for Rice. They throw out a variety of different combinations. Interesting to see Heap and Capacey in. And that one is going to fall short, and UAB will take the first point over on court number 3. So the Blazers playing with fire early and getting off to a great start, and they've potentially evened up this double series.
Yeah, nice hold there for the Blazers, and serve will go back to the Owls here.
That it will momentarily as the players take a quick break along the bench side.
Dylan, the other side of the bracket this morning, match starting the same time. Florida Atlantic and Charlotte, the 3 and the 6 seed, vying to take on UTSA tomorrow in that quarterfinal.
As you mentioned, that match happening concurrently to this one. And between these two, the 4 and 5 seed, no team lower than a 3 seed has ever won the CUSA Men's Tennis Championship. It would be a first if either one of these teams could come out of it with the victory. Looking for a little bit of that improbability, but both of these teams rather think that they are capable. As we see that ball almost bounce into the court. Now time for the serve. That one will go into the net. Serve 2 coming up for Heap. And that one will fall wide. A beautiful serve by Heap, and he had some smoke coming off of that one.
Yeah, just couldn't handle that return there. Just racket way too open. Ball kicks off onto that other court off to the right.
That will establish Rice a 15-0 lead in this second game. Now to the left side. That one goes harmlessly into the net. Second serve coming for Heap. And he'll go to retrieve the ball, send it back to the other court. As he gets ready to send this windmill straight at the Blazers. And a beautiful placement of the ball by Heap that time. Stayed with it on the badminton-esque volley and put it right against the line. 30-0 lead, Rice.
Yeah, some impressive defensive volleys there from the Blazers, but they've been targeting Thanos Spiropoulos here early, and it's been working.
Jimenez Perez also trying to return early on. Couldn't manage it. Another quick serve that time, and Heap is firing it in right now. A 40-0 Rice lead. And they are handling business at the moment on court 3 with a chance to tie it at 1-1. Breakpoint coming up. Heap isn't usually in the starting lineup for singles, but he has been a critical player in doubles all year and is showing it right now. And what placement that was that time. And Grant, you talked about how they were testing him, but he responded in a huge way with the placement of that ball.
Yeah, that's the freshman, Jimenez Perez. Senior counterpart been struggling a bit early, but the freshman gets the backhand to go right down that doubles alley for the first Blazer point.
40-15 game now. Heap with the serve. And Heap with the score. And Rice is going to tie it at 1 with UAB over on court number 3, and a very critical one at that. Not going to let the Blazers get too much momentum here early, and they've got a chance to potentially turn the tide over on court number 3. So a big win for Rice there, and now the question is, how does UAB respond, and can they keep up with this early Rice pressure? We've seen how good they are at doubles throughout the season, especially earlier on when they played Middle Tennessee right here in the Cathedral of Tennis.
Well, yeah, Dylan, from what we saw a minute ago, that Thanos Spiropoulos there on the, I believe on the deuce side of the court there for UAB, struggling a lot to return, but the freshman kind of being that anchor there. But both breaks early, it's kind of a theme that we saw in the women's tournament, the women's side of the tournament up in Denton yesterday. A lot of breaks, but not anybody able to hold momentum or even hold serve, if you will. So interesting to see who will kind of get that leg up first this afternoon.
That will be the question. As you mentioned, these doubles matches very back and forth between these teams, especially these opening round matchups where the teams are pretty evenly matched. And we're seeing a lot of that early, especially between UAB and Rice. Should be a fun one as we get ready to head over to court number 1 for our next bout of doubles action. As we join Wes Barnett, Trinity Greer, and Mikhail Lazovsky and Noah Malige. 2-0 game, 30 all. Rice with the serve. And a chance to really put the hammer down. They are now up a break and have an opportunity to push ahead against the Blazers. It'll be Greer with the serve. This one a bit too far. Barnett and Greer come in with a 13-8 overall record this year as a doubles pairing. And they are 8-5 from the number 1 position. Very solid stuff. Oh my goodness, batting it back that time is Wes Barnett. Absolutely sent it right back at UAB. And now a 40-30 lead for the Owls and a chance to put it down here in game 3.
Impressive net play there from Wes Barnett. And Dylan, this is the matchup that I've been wanting to see, is Trinity Greer serving and Wes Barnett up in the front.
And it is working gangbusters for them right now as they're going to almost get the doubles point. That one just a bit to the outside. Very close placement on the line. Serve 2 upcoming. But as we mentioned, it has been a very sensational duo thus far, especially with where they are on the court. It deflected off the net, but Greer stayed with it, and Rice takes a 3-0 commanding lead over on court number 1, and the Owls are flying high early and setting themselves up for an early doubles point, Grant.
Yeah, that was just an impressive two-handed backhand there from Greer. Just centered it up, and a lot of pace on that ball, and UAB wasn't able to handle it. Rice takes a considerable advantage here. Three games to love.
The 3-0 lead for Wes Barnett and Trinity Greer, and an opportunity to help Rice get that early doubles point. And we talked about the tempo that Rice was going to be playing with going off the bat, and that's really the question is, can you use the doubles point as momentum? Obviously, you want to see it if you're Rice, and it seems as though they've definitely got it going in the right direction right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned how can you use it as momentum. They have certain players that you mentioned that haven't played in singles during parts of the year, but they've been crucial in doubles. And that, having that flexibility on your roster, as we see a great forehand there from Kapasi.
Fantastic forehand from Capacey, and that is going to make it deuce over on court number 3. A 1-1 game, and this one could be very crucial for this overall doubles point. These two teams very evenly matched at the moment. And you mentioned how some of these players don't usually play singles, getting this opportunity at doubles. So when they get out there on the court, what they do matters all the more. This one will be back just past the line. And a beautiful return that time by Heap, as he leaves UAB in a heap to take a 2-1 Rice lead over on court number 3. We do want to report that court number 2 is in a 2-2 game right now, so that was a very, very crucial point for Heap to score. And Rice continues to put themselves on target for a doubles point, and you got to love the authority he put on that return.
Yeah, just a huge hold there and a massive forehand from Heap all the way across the court, and he just kind of buried it in this little, corner in the bottom right of your screen, and no chance for Spiropoulos to return it. And yet again, just targeting the senior from Greece. He's had trouble throughout these first few games, and I would imagine that would be where they continue to go until it stops working.
If at first it succeeds, keep it going, and that's the idea that Rice has had thus far. Spiropoulos left out on an island, and he could not collect it in time. The Owls with the 2-1 lead and a chance to really put their stamp on court number 3. And if that same scenario holds on court number 1 or court number 2, the Owls will take an early doubles point and set themselves up at home right here in Houston to potentially move on to face number 1 Middle Tennessee tomorrow. UAB is in the midst of trying to break a tough tournament stretch. They have not won a postseason matchup since 2016. And they have fallen in the first round a number of years. 6 tournaments in a row, they have not been able to get out of this opening round. Trying to break that streak as this one falls into the net. But Justin DeSanto, the UAB head coach, in just his second year has truly turned this program around. But Bryce is turning it around as well, as Heap, again, just spiking it over the net.
Yeah, big smash there in the front court from Heap, and no shot for UAB.
When you have the ball returned to you like that, there is literally nothing you can do but watch it head into the stands. And that's what happened to UAB. But as we were discussing, UAB has done a fantastic job of turning this program around. All starts with head coach Justin DeSanto. In his second year, has led this team to a 20-6 record. In year 1, they were 8-15, which was a 2-win improvement, or 3-win improvement rather, from the prior year. As that one just sneaks in, a beautiful return by UAB, and that one could not have been put any better. 15 all.
Yeah, you barely even saw Heap and Kapasi flinch on that one. They just stared as it dribbled down the alley. No shot to return that one.
And they're just able to sneak that one in. Again, Heap is playing up against the net so well, and it is taking UAB to a tough, tough place right now, 30-15.
Yeah, just perfect touch there on the net. Sneaks in the baseline, and not much the Blazers can do about that one.
2-1 Rice lead, trying to make it 3-1. As Kapasi will watch that one go into the net. Serve 2 to follow. Windmill coming up. That one deflects off the net for Lett, and that will be out of the box and an easy free point for UAB. They're going to bring it to 30 all, so a mistake by Kapasi and a rare one for him. Usually very effective at getting those serves in the box. Not quite able to that time, and it remains a tie game. Rice with the 2-1 advantage overall. That one got skied into the air, and Spiropoulos just could not come up with it in time. Watched it head out of bounds, and that'll make it 40-30. Breakpoint number 2 upcoming. And Rice with another opportunity to extend the lead to 3-1 over the UAB Blazers here on court number 3. Capacey with the windmill. And he just sneaks that one in past Heap, who went duck, duck, goose trying to watch the ball go out of bounds, but instead it sailed right into the line, and that will make it a deuce game, 40-all. Next point will decide it. Will we have a 2-2 game, or can Rice take a commanding 3-1 lead? And UAB, the clutch play right against the sideline, and that will make it 2-2, and a brilliant job of coming back in that one. The Blazers have tied it at 2, and just in the nick of time.
Well, Dylan, that was quite an interesting game there. I mean, UAB's making a comeback, and we've got a game again. Do we have an update on Court 2?
Yeah, we're still waiting on Court 2. Court 1 is now 4-0, so Rice is really in command of that one. We're going to go to Court 2 actually right now to get an update on that game and see what's going on between Rice and UAB. And for UAB, they are especially needing a win over there, so this one will be crucial. We'll get an update in just a moment.
Absolutely, Rice rolling over on 1.
Looks like UAB does have the 3-2 advantage, and that will be huge for the Blazers. And a brilliant front of the court play right up against the net by UAB, as Postolka put it right in the mark to make it 15-all. Postolka with a beautiful play.
Yeah, just barely kissed that white line. Wasn't sure that one was going to stay in for Postolka, but it will go.
And the spike delivered. Rice responding with Campbell Salmon right up against the line to make it 15-all. Or 30-15 rather, Rice on top. And again, if you're just joining us on MTN Sports, the winner of this game will be playing #1 Middle Tennessee tomorrow in the Conference USA Men's Tennis Tournament semifinals, as the Raiders look for a 4-peat championship. And a double fault and a crucial mistake by Campbell Salmon, as it falls into the net twice. 30-all game now. This time delivered nicely. That's going to bring the game to another Rice advantage. And the Owls serve is becoming very crucial as they take a 40-30 lead.
It's a big opportunity for them to hold here and draw even. 3 games apiece here on court number 2. Looks like the way that 1 is going at the moment could fall in the favor of the Owls, so 2 and 3 will be crucial. Is that an ace?
As we see that one get played past, it looks like it was just out.
Yeah, just long there. Close.
And clutch play right up against the net by Campbell Salmon. And Rice has tied it up on court number 2, make it 3-3 Owls and Blazers. So a crucial job by this Rice team to even things up. And UAB's chances of getting the doubles point continue to diminish with time. And you got to think that that's making the Rice faithful in Houston very happy right now. But definitely closing in on what should be a fantastic doubles finish, Grant.
Yeah, just losing opportunities as the longer you stay even. You really don't want to take this to a tiebreak if you can help it, if you're the Blazers. But whatever you got to do, you know, we were talking about earlier how these teams will be able to use this doubles point as momentum going forward, and that could determine the outcome of this match. We saw yesterday that MTSU match come down to that last court, even though they had won the doubles point.
Yes.
So anything can happen.
That will be the question in this one. Who will make things happen in the doubles match, and how will it translate over to singles? We know how much of a tone setter that can be, and it'll be up to one of these teams to decide which of them will get the doubles point. We'll see that momentarily. We're going to be bringing you more courtside action in just a moment. as we'll be updating you on the latest scores. And as we mentioned, Florida Atlantic and Charlotte also taking place right now. A co-current game to this one, and the winner of that game will be playing the number 2 seed UTSA Roadrunners, who've been on a bit of a roll themselves, number 41 in the ITA rankings, and have showed out in a lot of ways this year. And they could present a legitimate challenge to Middle Tennessee for the Conference USA Championship, as could a lot of other teams as we head over to court number 3 now.
Yeah, Dylan, well, I tell you, I mean, that is my pick for the championship. You're right. They have been on a roll recently, and it's going to come down to the 3 seniors, I think, for the Blue Raiders, and how they can dominate those top courts when it comes time to do so.
Veteranosity, especially in tennis, plays such a huge factor. The experience cannot be understated. That one is going to just miss the line. Another serve coming here for Rice. 2-3 game, Blazers on top, 15 all. And that one is sent out of play by Capacey. 30-15, UAB extends the lead. And that has got to be music to the ears of Jimenez Perez and Spiropoulos. (30-15) Blazers on top. Another serve coming from Heap. And a dynamite serve from Heap that time. Put it right in the box and had some acceleration as it came off his racket. Make it 30 all.
Yeah, Carlos wanting that one back pretty badly. Feeling like he could have returned that one.
30 all game now. Serve coming up from Heap. Chance for Rice to take the lead. And what a play as they split the difference, and UAB is hyped after that one. Make it 40-30 Blazers. You could not have placed that one any better.
Yeah, Thanos Spiropoulos understandably fired up after that shot. He is feeling it now.
Feeding the UAB Flames like the Human Torch. Make it 40-30 Blazers. Chance to take it and make it 4-2. Beautiful save right that time by Heap. Right up against the back line. And it keeps Rice from a 4-2 deficit. Instead, it's going to be deuce, 40 all.
Yeah, unforced error there from Carlos, unfortunately, and UAB letting Rice, excuse me, our scoreboard saying that UAB is on the serve, but yeah, Rice now opening the door for UAB to steal this point.
Heap getting ready to send this one to the right side. A chance for Rice to tie this thing up, or for UAB to take a 4-2 lead. Windmill to follow. And he did it. What a serve by Heap. 3-3 tie game, and he is fired up after that one, and rightfully so. His serving really won Rice the game that time.
Yeah, Heap has proved a few times that that massive serve can be a game winner, and it was the game winner there for the Owls.
And those kinds of clutch serves are going to pay off even more as this match progresses, but Rice needs that clutch serving against a very fast UAB team who can respond to serves quickly. If you can get the serve in quickly, set the tone for the next series of plays, you're really going to set yourself up for success, and that's what we saw Rice just do. So a 3-3 game now over on court number 3, and that's going to only add to the drama that we're seeing in this doubles round between Rice and UAB. We're going to send you courtside for our next bit of action as we head over to court number 2. And as you see, Santiago Navarro and Campbell Salmon taking on Purick and Postolka for UAB. 3-4 game, 15 all.
Looks like Salmon on the serve for Rice. Definitely need another hold here. If you're the Owls, UAB, the advantage.
UAB stubborn. They're not going away easily. This one falls into the net. And even though UAB comes in with the better overall record, it would be quite an upset and quite a win if UAB could come into Houston as a double fault is committed by Campbell Salmon. A big mistake by him. And court one is now official, by the way. Rice takes it 6-1, so the Owls have taken one court, and that's going to set the tone for these final two matches. Rice only needs one to claim the doubles point early in Houston. But right now, UAB is right in the thick of it, and this match could still very well go either way. 15-30 game. And a mistake, and you can tell that UAB and Purick wants that one back. 30 all.
Yeah, Dylan, it's a shame we couldn't bring our audience the game winner, but I think a lot of people knew that West Barnett and Trinity Greer were the favorites on the top court today, and they got it done to the tune of 6-1, a breadstick, if you will, and set Rice up for a good opportunity to take this doubles point here today.
That they did, as the next serve coming up in this 30-all game. And that one just falls out of play. And Campbell Salmon's speed really made it hard for UAB to return that one properly. And Pistolka couldn't get the angle on it that he wanted. It's a 40-30 Owls lead now. And Rice has an opportunity to tie this game up once again in what's been a back-and-forth affair all the way through. And the Owls certainly don't want to lose this. 40-30, serve coming from Salmon. And that is going to be just in play. And you could tell that one was very close. And it looks like, nope, they're going to rule it was out of play. So, bit of a mixed reaction from both sides. I think they both hesitated, but it's 4-4. Tie game now, and Rice and UAB are both right in the midst over on court number 2. And the drama and the intensity only continues to ratchet up to 11. And Grant, we saw UAB come away with a big win there when they were a bit on the back pedal.
Yeah, I mean, now it's 4-4, and with Rice taking that top court, UAB needs every game they can get on court 2, which has been the most closely contested of these courts, I would say, all afternoon. And then obviously when we check back in with, Thanos and Carlos over on court 3 for UAB, they're going to have to pull one out, even though they've been struggling to return serve consistently over in that match.
That they will. We will certainly see how it works out over on court number 3, which we will be heading to momentarily. And again, this is a very crucial matchup for both sides, and you want this doubles point early, continue to establish momentum, and we've seen how Rice does, especially we saw how they did here in the Adams Tennis Complex when they were able to get off to an early good start against the Raiders. Made it tougher on them as we get ready to head over to court number 3 now. Rice with a 4-3 lead on the Blazers. And if they can get 2 more points, they will take the doubles point and put UAB on the back burner early on. Rice currently serving as there's a brief stoppage of play here. As looks like there's going to be a new tennis ball brought into the fray. Sometimes it's all about the right ball. You want to make sure your ball has the proper bounce. And see Heap and Capacey having a discussion. Well, as a former tennis player myself, I can definitely agree that sometimes you got to have the right bounce or you're just not going to feel comfortable. Could be what's happening right there. Capacey with the serve. And great job and great pursuit by Sparopoulos and Jimenez Perez that time, going right up against the net as a tandem. And I love the synchronicity that I saw from both players right there.
Yeah, and then another, an unforced error there from Kapasi at the end gets UAB the point.
Serve. And Heap is going to want that one back. He sprung at it too early, and that is going to allow for UAB to take a 15-0 lead. Or excuse me, a 30-0 lead. My apologies. Heap went for that one while it was way up in the air, and I think he would have rather had Capacey return it from the back line, and that's going to keep it 30-0.
Yeah, just a little too stiff of a grip there up along the net. And that ball had just a little too much sauce on it.
Little too much sauce, but this time UAB pays it back. It's now a 30-15 game. Rice with an opportunity to tie things up on this next Capacey serve. And you see quick discussion of strategy between Heap and Capacey as the Sun begins to make an appearance in Houston. 15-30, 4-3 Owls lead. Make it 30-all on the beautiful placement from Capacey. And you could not angle that one much better than he did right there. Made it very tough on Jimenez Perez to pursue that one and chase it down. 30-all. Next serve from Capacey to potentially take the lead. And he did just that. A beautiful placement right on the line. And as the singer Berlin would say, take my breath away. What a beautiful job on that serve. 40-30, Rice on top.
Big opportunity after being down 30-0 for Rice to kind of clamp down here on this doubles point and go up 5-3.
And that one is long gone. And Rice is going to take it to make it 5-3. Looked like a home run in baseball. And the Owls will take full opportunity with this 5-3 lead to potentially put the hammer down and get this doubles point. And UAB in deep trouble now with this doubles matchup. But you got to admire the tenacity and the resilience that Rice has shown, especially when they were down in early parts of that match, to come back and do what they've done over on court number 2 and 3.
Yeah, well, Dylan, I don't know about a home run. It kind of looked like a pop-up
Fly, maybe?
onto the into the on-deck circle or something like that. But you're right. Yeah, Rice struggled early, and like you said on court 2, that match has been very close this whole day. But UAB starting to kind of lose it here in these last few games, and Rice really flexing their muscles to earn this doubles point. You close there on court 3 now, up 5-3 with their Kapasi there, and we're just kind of waiting on the inevitable here unless we can see something miraculous from UAB.
For the first time today, we're going to take things split screen here in the Conference USA Men's Tennis Tournament. 4-4 over on court number 2, and 5-3 Rice with the lead over on court number 3. Court 2 is to your left, court 3 is to your right. And we will get those live results for you in just a moment. As we wait for the stream here. Serve about to begin here for UAB with a 15-0 lead. Meanwhile, on court 2, a 40-all game, deuce, and the winner of that will make it 5-4. We'll get to those in just a moment as we await the stream real quick. PlaySide is having some issues at the moment, so we'll await that to see. And we're going to go single court now, as we're going to go to court 2. Santiago Navarro and Campbell Salmon, and Purick and Pastolka. 4-5 UAB on top. And this is going to be a crucial court for UAB if they have any opportunity of coming back. Of course, it may not matter if court 3 concludes, as we'll await the results on that in just a moment. I do see out of the corner of my eye, they are heading towards the bench, so I believe that game might have also gotten to 5-4. We'll get official confirmation on that in just a second.
I was going to say, though, Dylan, if you're over there on court 3 and you just won your 4th game, you get a little momentum, and then you see on this court potentially your teammates clinch, an opportunity over here to break and clinch court number 2. Does that not just juice you up even more, just give you the kind of some motivation to get it done over on court number 3?
I feel like it would about have to, if you're UAB, a chance to potentially win the game is still in grasp, and that's only going to add to it, as that one will go out of play over the head of Pastolka, and UAB takes a 15-0 lead, and Navarro and Salmon are on the back pedal in a big way. This will be crucial for UAB to potentially lock this down. They would rather not go to the 5-5 extra round if at all possible. That would require a win by 2 games. They'd like to end this now. As that one is just settled in, and we're awaiting the ruling here.
This is going to be an interesting
Yes,
call,
it
Dylan.
will.
What a shot that was. What even an attempt.
You see, Pastolka is arguing that he was able to get it somehow in. Rice is convinced that it bounced a couple of times, I believe.
Well, it did bounce a couple of times. It just is a matter of where. And they're going to rule in favor of UAB. Look at that.
Wow. The Blazers take a 30-0 lead on the crazy carom along the sideline. What a play by Pastolka, and Rice is irate. And you can see the coaches arguing their point. They're saying it touched the white line out and then came back out.
Well, they're not. They're saying it didn't even enter in the court. They think it was a few inches off of the line.
The ITA official was right there on that one, so a very interesting situation right now in this game on court number 2, and it shows the drama, intensity, and the strange things that can sometimes happen in the Conference USA Men's Tennis Tournament, Grant.
Yeah, you saw Efe Usendong, the head coach for Rice, just berating that ITA official, and unfortunately, I think the case is probably similar there, that they don't really have a great any kind of video review system to even potentially get that overturned. And I just don't know how you continue after that. I just don't think either side is going to be able to agree.
So the discussion is still ensuing over on court 2. We're going to follow the action on court 3, where Rice currently has a 30-0 lead on UAB, so it may not even matter for the Owls. 2 more for the clinching doubles point. The serve coming from Heap. Make it 40-0, and Rice is now just 1 away from clinching the doubles point in this opening round CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament matchup.
Yeah, Dylan, we're going to have to give this one a rewind later to find out if that ball was really in or out.
That we will. That was a very strange play, as we see now play resuming over on your left side. 30-15 is what play side is displaying with Rice with the lead, so they may have reversed the decision. We'll get confirmation on that in a little bit, as that one's just out of play over on your right side. As Heap almost sent Rice to the singles round. 40-0, chance to clinch. Heap with the windmill. And that one is going to deflect off of Capacey, and the Blazers stay alive on their last breath to make it 40-15.
Staving off elimination somehow.
And sometimes that little glimmer of hope is all that you need if you're the opposing doubles team. Blazers still surviving. Another chance for Heap to end the doubles round. Rice up 40-15 on your left side as well. as we await the footage here momentarily. Apologize for the delay here, as we will continue to await what is taking place. So we see, again, Rice in potential with the opportunity to take the doubles point. We'll get official confirmation on that in just a moment. But again, there's no understating the drama and the big-time expectation that Rice has of getting this doubles point, especially being at home in Houston. They want to set the early tone.
Yeah, and I think you just kind of have to look forward to singles and some of the matchups that we might get there this afternoon. Trinity Greer obviously looking to make his mark on this tournament and kind of lead this Rice team, but we got to get through doubles before we can get to that point, and UAB is hanging on by a thread there at the moment.
That we will. We'll get out to those doubles matches in just a moment to see the potential conclusion of this doubles round. We're going to be heading over to court number 3 in just a moment. And we will see, and it looks like, nope, we have official confirmation that court number 3 is now officially over. Rice has taken the doubles point over on court 3, and the Owls have a 1-0 lead on the Blazers after the doubles round. So clutch playing from a Rice team that was downtrodden early, but they never gave up. They showed their resiliency, and they came back and took care of business. A dominant court 1, a dramatic court 3, but the Owls now have a 1-0 lead here in this first round CUSA men's tennis tournament matchup. And Grant, you got to love the way they battled back from adversity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the adversity you speak of wasn't necessarily all that bad. It was just some stiffer competition on those lower courts than we thought that they were gonna see. Obviously 6-1 over on the top court. Not that close for West Barnett and Trinity Greer. As we mentioned, we watched a little bit of their match early, and they kind of got off to a good roll. But Rice did have to battle there, and I think it'll be interesting to see how that translates to some of the lower courts and singles and see if UAB can potentially pick those off. You know, they've got to win at least 4 of them here to win here today. So let's just hope for some great matchups and some good tennis.
I expect that we'll see that in spades. Rice stands now just 3 points away from the semifinal round and number 1 Middle Tennessee tomorrow at noon. But that much is still yet to be decided. UAB still in the thick of things, but they will now need 4 singles points to take care of that. Stay tuned here on MTN Sports. We'll have CUSA men's tennis tournament coverage live from Houston, covering it here in Murfreesboro. In just a moment, the singles round will be starting when we return. Stay tuned.
Mental health affects us all, whether you finish first or last.
Whether you win or lose.
The stigma around these issues causes those around us to suffer in silence.
Mental health is nothing to be ashamed of.
You are not alone.
You are not alone. As a student athlete,
As a teammate,
As a friend,
we pledge to continue the conversation.
because it matters.
because you matter.
stand up to the stigma.
Stand up.
Stand up.
Continue the conversation.
You are not alone.
I have a voice.
You have a voice.
We have a voice.
Our voices can be heard
Outside of sports.
As student athletes, we have a platform.
Now more than ever.
It's important that we listen, learn, and lead, and raise our voices for change.
We can all do more.
Now is the time
To make a difference.
This is our chance.
This is our chance to make a better tomorrow.
Together,
we will continue the conversation.
we have a voice.
On June 23, 1972, Title IX was signed into law, and it reads, "No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity, receiving federal financial assistance." Happy 50th anniversary, Title IX. Thank you for giving little girls like me and big kids like Conference USA student athletes the opportunity to dream big.
Welcome back once again to the Cathedral of Tennis live here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Dylan Simmons alongside Grant Langston covering the first round of the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament here in 2023 between number 5 seeded UAB and number 4 seeded Rice. And the Owls just took the doubles point, Grant, in pretty dominating fashion.
Yeah, dominant over there on court 1. Wes Barnett and Trinity Greer taking down their opponents 6-1. Not really much of a contest, but we spent most of our time on courts 2 and 3 where it was kind of a back and forth battle where Rice almost had a step up, but then they had to battle these two resilient doubles pairs from UAB, and like I said before the break, we're going to see how that translates into these lower singles courts for some of these guys, and see if UAB can't pick off some of these to get back into this match.
That will be the question. Can UAB respond to this early adversity of being down in the doubles point, or can Rice put the stamp on it? That much will be decided soon. We're going to go over to court number 1 here as Trinity Greer and Mikhail Lazovsky are in their first matchup. And Trinity Greer has had a sensational season for Rice. And that continues to affirm it as he'll take a 15-love lead. The junior from Adelphi, Maryland. Although he's only 8-9 overall this season and with a 3-5 record at the number 1 position, he's been the standard bearer for this team, and he's the guy they rely on to get big wins in big positions. And he serves in many ways as their leader, and it's not easy to perform at a super great level at the number 1 spot, so you have to give him credit for that. Greer gets put on the back pedal that time, and Lazovsky with a beautiful response.
And no doubt, Dylan, one of the strengths for Greer, his court coverage, his athleticism. Excited to see how he uses that to his advantage today against one of the taller athletes in Lazovsky.
Lazovsky, the senior from Perov, Czech Republic. And he put that one on a dime that time, right up against the line. 30-15, UAB takes the lead on court number 1. Beautiful stuff from Lazovsky. He comes into today with a 16-2 record in singles matches, and that includes a 14-2 record at the number 1 spot. He has been simply sensational for the Blazers. And he's done that his entire career here at UAB. Was 15-6 last year, which led the team. Oh, what a backhand. You talk about spin. He put an absolute spin on that ball to make it 40-15 Blazers. Beautiful shot.
Got a little opportunity to see court coverage from Greer there before, but I mean, Lazovsky doing a great job to just find the blind spots almost, find the spots that Greer's not going to be able to get back to, and it's worked well for him so far at 40-15.
First serve goes straight into the net, and the second serve to follow. Out of play it goes, and Lazovsky accelerates out of the box and takes a 1-0 lead over on court number 1. And that's the kind of tempo and pace that he'll need to play at in order to beat a very good player in Trinity Greer. But a great start from Mikhail Lazovsky.
Very nice hold there. And that's what you're going to expect to see from some of these more polished players on these top courts, is dominating service games, and breaks are going to matter a whole lot more for these two.
Yes, they will. As you mentioned, these top players usually have a lot less room for error, and when it comes to the matches that they serve on, they play exceptional tennis and are usually able to take the wins more often than not. So if you're able to get a break, it becomes all the more important. Greer will now serve for Rice. 1-0 lead. And that one is going to play just out of bounds. And that should give Lazovsky a 15-love lead, and it does. So great job by him on not playing that too much, letting it go out of play and taking the lead as a result. And he just tried to spin that one over the net. Couldn't get the air on it. And that will give Greer a tie at 15-all.
Yeah, Lusowski with an impressive forehand, really goes for a lot of top spin. Saw a ball that looked like it was about to, fly way out, and it just dropped right there in front of Greer in that service box.
And now Greer does it to Lusowski. He lets it go out of play and makes it 30-15. And just like that, Trinity Greer retakes the lead. Now, how does Lusowski respond to the Greer swing of momentum? That one will go straight into the net. Serve number 2. And Lusowski put some power on it, but didn't quite have the accuracy. It goes into the net. Greer extends the lead to 40-15, and he has an opportunity to even the playing field here in game number 2. (40-15), down 0-1. Looking for the tie is Trinity Greer. What a placement by Lusowski, going cross court, opposite side. He puts it in 40-30. How about McCall Lusowski on that play?
Yeah, remnants of Roger there on that one-handed backhand, and you mentioned cross the court and just an absolute laser from Lusowski.
40-30 game now as Lusowski stays alive, and Trinity Greer not able to put him away yet in game number 2. Next serve coming up from him. Still has an opportunity to make it 1-1 here in his home courts in Houston, Texas. And Greer cannot respond yet. How about Lusowski again, right up against the back line, able to just slide it over the net. He makes it a deuce game now, and he has an opportunity to take a break away from Trinity Greer, which would be absolutely massive early on. Deciding point coming up. Greer on the serve. And Lusowski takes away the singles point to make it 2-0. He faced a 40-15 deficit and overcame it on Trinity Greer. And like Swiper the Fox has snatched it away. It's 2-0 UAB over on court number 1.
Yeah, devastating result if you're Trinity Greer. 40-15, now down 2 games, and your opponent gets to come back at you with that wicked serve.
Lusowski with another opportunity now, looking for a 3-0 lead. As that one is just wide of the box. Serve number 2 upcoming. And Lusowski's got to be feeling good about these past 2 games. And what a wicked serve that he had that last time, but he couldn't get the accuracy on the return. Greer able to step up. He makes it 15-love. And if you're Trinity Greer, the sense of urgency only ramps up now, Grant.
Absolutely. You've got to get something back here. Up 15-love on your opponent's serve. You need a break to go your way at some point to get back in this.
He isn't going to be able to do it that time because Lusowski absolutely smokes the serve. He's going to tie it up at 15, and he is showing why he has such a dominant singles record on the year. As we mentioned, a fantastic number 1 for UAB, and he has been the standard bearer for them for a lot of this year. 15-all. And he tried to go over the shoulder, had an angle on it, but he just couldn't manage it. But what a fantastic rally between those two.
Yeah, quite an impressive attempt there from Lusovsky, just trying anything to get it back over the net, and just not quite enough touch on it, but
in many
probably
ways, it was a staring contest, and whoever was going to blink first was going to have the point taken away, and that's what happened. Lusovsky didn't quite have the angle on it, and sometimes that's all it takes. Beautiful placement by Trinity Greer. 30-15 lead for him. Oh, talk about slamming it down with authority. Trinity Greer says, I'll take that point right back, make it 30-all, Rice UAB.
yeah, I think you mean Lusovsky brings it right back to
Yes.
30-30. That big smash, just way too easy serve, and it was almost like soft toss, you know, or, you know, just a layup for Lusovsky.
And he's going to add it on the spinning backhand, and he gets a nice clap from his coach. Make it 40-30, Lusovsky on top.
Tell you, Dylan, that working to that backhand of Lusovsky has not worked out well for Greer. He has got a good backhand as well as a good slice. And it has worked well for the Blazer today.
Head coach Justin DeSanto very happy with what he's seeing from Lusovsky as this one heads straight into the net. But as you mentioned, that backhand that Greer has been trying out on Lusovsky hasn't been working. Lusovsky sends him on the slip and slide and makes it 3-0. How about McCall Lusovsky? And he is showing out on Trinity Greer in Houston early on. Another fantastic volley. And that'll send both of them to the bench. Lusovsky now up 3-0, and Trinity Greer, who has been the standard bearer for Rice this year, is struggling early in his home.
Yeah, Dylan, I think he's, you know, just kind of got to reset here, take this break, take this opportunity to, you know, get his mind back on track. Obviously not the start that you want here in this first set. But if you're Greer, you know that you have the gas in the tank. You know you have the ability to compete with Lusovsky. So you just got to go out there and show it at this point.
Both players currently taking a break, getting some refreshments, whether that be water, Gatorade, or some other form of hydration, who knows, but regardless, both these players need it because they are absolutely fired up in this match, especially McCall Lusovsky, who showed what he is capable of and showed his stuff against Trinity Greer, and he has shown that he is going to be a major challenge for Rice to handle today.
Yeah, he utilized that backhand, the slice, his serve very well. And there's first few games, and Trinity Greer, obviously no answer. 3 games to love, and in the meantime, we are going to send you down to court number 3 for some more action.
To court number 3 we go. West Barnett and Podzemi for UAB in action. And Podzemny sends that one just out of play. That's going to make it 40-15 rather. Break point coming up. And West Barnett with an opportunity to potentially tie it up at 2. This is a battle of both teams' number 3s. And Barnett, the senior from Little Rock, Arkansas, 7-9 record in singles this year. As that one is just wide of the mark. Came to Rice as the top-ranked player from USTA boys 18 and under. A true tennis prodigy. And he shows why. Another beautiful volley from West Barnett. Make it 2-2 as he has evened the playing field against Podzemny. And that was a big-time strike on the return.
Right, you are West Barnett playing on that top court with Trinity Greer in the doubles round, and we will expect to see him perform at a high level today for the Owls as well. But 2 games apiece on the bounce here early.
Podzemny, the junior from Opava, Czech Republic. And he'll watch that one slide right past. He's 9-8 overall in singles this year and 6-7 at the number 3 position and 5-4 in his last 9 matches. And he was in the same position last year as a sophomore, but much like the rest of the team, he's really stepped up his game this year. 15-love, Barnett with the lead. Too far that time from West Barnett. Serve 2 to follow. And that one is too far out. And you can tell that West Barnett has some serious momentum rolling his way at the moment.
It is hard for Podzemny to get into the zone at the moment. You've seen him trying to work on just kind of shaping his shots even the slightest bit after the points. Just a few unforced errors that have gone in the way of Barnett here early.
You saw the total points won graphic come across your screen just a second ago. Shows how evenly matched these 2 players have been thus far, but the tide is certainly turning in one way. And again, Barnett responds. Having the serve certainly helps. And the fact that he was able to take away a break last time certainly has only strengthened his resilience and his resolve, make it 40-love, and he has a chance to take a 3-2 lead and win his 2nd straight game. And he'll do just that, and nope, just out of play rather.
Serve just a bit long there for Barnett. We will see his 2nd one.
Serve 2. And a rare double fault from West Barnett, who had all the momentum rolling his way, just couldn't get that one to slide in. Brief mistake, but let's see if he can still play with the same confidence. My guess is he won't let it rattle him too much. 40-15. And you see Podzemny chasing that one down. He's got the towel over his shoulder. Houston's not exactly a cold place, especially in April. It can get hot in Texas. And you got to imagine that these players are going to be feeling the heat both figuratively and very literally as this tournament progresses.
Great serve there.
Fantastic serve by West Barnett. And that allowed him to clean it up right against the net to make it a 3-2 Rice lead. West Barnett has completely shifted the totem pole. A 3-2 lead as he'll head to the bench with that lead in his back pocket. And now the question is, how does UAB and Podzemny respond after having a 2-1 lead earlier? That will be answered in short order.
Absolutely. 3-1 over on court 1 we were just hearing for still an advantage of Rice, or excuse me, UAB
Yes.
over Rice. But, yeah, as we saw in there, West Barnett starting to take control, but 2-2 early. A lot of points, even though it felt like Podzemny wasn't really getting in much of a rhythm. He's still right in there, and that's hopefully what we're going to see from the rest of these Blazers here this afternoon.
And the thing about the first set is it's still early. You can give up the first set and win the next 2 or 3. We've seen that all year long with Middle Tennessee right here in the Adams Tennis Complex, and we could very well see that in this game as well. Time will only tell when it comes to that part of the singles matchup. We're going to get you out to more singles matches in just a moment, and we will get you there as time progresses forward. But again, Rice comes into this game as sort of a favorite. They've got the home court advantage. They have the fans who are there in attendance. For UAB, Grant, how do they take that in their own heads, and how do they use that to their advantage and maybe use it as fuel to their own fire?
I mean, I've heard the sport described as many a times as eat what you kill. So at this point, I think it's not necessarily all for themselves, because you're obviously all playing for the team, for the Blazers in the case of UAB. But you have to go out there and earn it at this point. These guys have taken the doubles point. They don't need as much to win this. They're
Yes.
favored. They're at home. Everything is on the side of Rice at the moment. Everything is pointing towards Rice coming out here and dominating this afternoon. So if you're UAB, you just have to find it in you somewhere to go and compete and go win.
They'll have to find that fire deep inside. We're going to head over to court number 4 now for our next bout of singles action, as Santiago Navarro and Noah Mulge are in the middle of their game. 3-1, Navarro with the advantage. Maulge with a 30-love lead at the moment. And the sliding forehand attempt is not going to go anywhere. Navarro will make it 30-15, and a crucial one at that. For Maulge, this will be a very big matchup when you consider the advantage that Santiago Navarro currently has. It'll be important for him to respond. And it's a bit of a change of pace for him. He's usually the team number 5, but he's playing on court 4 today as that one heads just out of play. 15-3 overall this year. Fantastic player. But he's going to send this one out of play once again, and that allows Santiago Navarro to make it 30 all. Maulge, the sophomore from Lyon, France. And he is 4-0 at number 6 when he also plays in that position. Overall at 5, he was 8-3, but not where he's at today. And again, Maulge sends it too far, makes it 40-30, Rice with the lead. Navarro having his way in this matchup, and he's got an opportunity to make this a 4-1 game and take a commanding lead in the first set.
Right, you are 4-1 is a considerable advantage. Not to mention the fact that he would be back on serve up 2 breaks at this point.
And that is exactly what Navarro is going to do. It goes out of play, and he takes a 4-1 lead on Noah Maulge. And that is a big-time step-up game by Santiago Navarro. And he continues to show why he's been such a standout as the team's number 4 this season, Grant.
Yeah, exactly. Commanding lead there. 4-1, now a great opportunity to make it 5-1 if you can hold here if you're Navarro. And Rice looking good on most of these courts here in this early in this first set.
Well, we were curious if the momentum from the doubles matches would potentially transfer over to the singles matches, and that has certainly been the case thus far for the Owls, where they seem to have the advantage on most of them, but it's a long game and a lot can happen. So only time will tell if UAB can make a response and potentially snatch this one away from Rice. Certainly going to be fun to see if they can. We'll get you out to more singles action in just a moment between these two teams. But we mentioned how this is a home matchup for Rice, and the other thing that they have to imagine too is they can't lean and rest too much on their laurels. If they go in thinking that everything is destined for them to win, it could very well potentially upend them later in the going.
Yeah, momentum can change in tennis so fast, and these guys are really in the the back part of their season. They've played a lot of tennis this season already. So you can't get too comfortable regardless of where you are. The other team is here to compete. This is a tournament. This is for bragging rights, as you mentioned earlier. So Rice definitely got to keep their foot on the gas.
As we head back over to court number 3 now, West Barnett and Podzemny in the middle of their game. This one perhaps the most evenly contested of all the matches thus far. 15-all, 3-3, Wojtek Podzemny and West Barnett. Courts 1 and 2, both 1 and 4 right now in favor of the UAB Blazers. And that will be crucial for them as they look to potentially snatch away a win. They're going to need 4, but those two, and especially those being the top 2 courts, are a great start. But the question is, whose depth is better? That could very well decide this one, and that starts with court number 3. The serve from Podzemny. Or Barnett, rather. My apologies.
Hey, Dylan, as we check back in here, Barnett seemingly the better player, but here we are, 3 games apiece. Only 30-15, and like we mentioned earlier.
And a discussion ensuing there.
That's an interesting ruling. Ball just rolled over from the other court. Didn't really affect the play, and Barnett Looks like he will get a redo on that point for all intents and purposes.
You don't see that every day. A redo in tennis as we get ready for the next serve from West Barnett. Still the 30-15 lead. And what pursuit by Podzemny, never gave up on the play. And he lets out the victory shout to make it 30-all. Barnett had him up against the wall, but Podzemny responded in a massive way. 30-all.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how he got that forehand to go, but the lefty just put a little bit of extra sting on it and somehow just got it to curve back in. Beautiful.
As you could all probably tell, that is not an easy thing to do, especially when you're on the back pedal like that. Kudos to Podzemny, but he's going to feel the sting just as quickly as Barnett makes it 40-30 on the beautiful serve. And now a discussion ensuing between some coaches on the sidelines. Looks like those are both for Rice. 40-30, Barnett with a chance to take a 4-3 lead going into the next match. That one is just out of play, had a heck of an angle on it. Couldn't quite get it where he wanted to, though. Serve 2. Oh my goodness, what a backhand by Podzemny. You could not ask for a better placement than that. What a fantastic play that was, and he cooks that one like it's straight out of a pack of Nikishi. Make it 4-3 Rice.
Yeah, great forehand there, just buries it in the backcourt. Podzemny, the lefty. I gotta wonder if that's any kind of difference for Barnett playing against Podzemny, who's got a bit different of an arm angle, obviously just on the other side.
So we'll get back to that match in a moment, but you saw the great play from Podzemny there. They're currently still in the middle of their matchup, a 3-3 game, about to go to deuce, so that will be a very, very fun one. Seems like those two players are pretty evenly matched, maybe the most evenly matched of all the players, and that's going to make it a contest where it's going to be more about who can last longer and who's going to have the more accurate plays at the end of the day.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see where Podzemny and Barnett are down the road because, as you mentioned, they have been two of the closer competitive matches this afternoon.
We're going to head over to court number 6 now, or court number 5 rather, and we will see the latest over there on that court as Campbell Salmon and Jimenez Perez are in the middle of their matchup. As that one will fall nicely inside for Campbell Salmon. .30-40 game here. Break point number 2 for Jimenez Perez and Salmon. Salmon has won 100% of the break points thus far that he's been involved in. As that one is just wide. 30-40 game, next serve to follow. And that one is out of play. Nice job by Salmon. He's going to make it deuce, and we will have a break point number 3 coming up. And a potential for Campbell Salmon to potentially steal a game against Jimenez Perez. And we've seen how comebacks can quickly shift momentum in tennis all year long. And Campbell Salmon has been a big part of that for Rice. He has come back from a number of deficits in his time and has proven to be a very tough opponent to take out, even when you think you've got the upper hand on him. Deuce, 2-3, a chance for Salmon to tie. And that one is just out. Salmon is apoplectic. He could not believe that it was not in, and you see the Rice coach appealing to the ITA official that play was actually made in. And I do not believe that he is going to get the ruling he is hoping for. Jimenez Perez said it was out, and Rice looks like they will have to deal with a extended deficit here. Great response by Jimenez Perez from that near comeback from Salmon, and that's the kind of play that you have to have in that situation when things are certainly looking like they could go against you. You've got to make sure to respond tenfold. So great job by him. Next serve coming here from Jimenez Perez in a 4-2 game. That one goes into the net.
Yeah, right you are, Dylan, the freshman, the Spaniard, with a great opportunity here to go up 5-2 if he can manage to get a hold on Campbell Salmon, who has definitely had more experience at this point. Oh, and the tweener almost goes, but just a bit too far.
Jimenez Perez almost had the tweener, but Campbell Salmon making some chunky soup right there. He is going to add to his lead in this match, 15-love. But a fantastic volley between those two. But if Jimenez Perez could have gotten that in, that might have been SC top 10 worthy. But he just couldn't manage it. And that's why those plays can sometimes only be done by the best of the best, but it was a heck of an effort by him. 15-love, 2-4, Jimenez Perez on top. Campbell Salmon in desperate need of a potential break here. Jimenez Perez can take a commanding 5-2 lead in this first set with a win here on serve. He's the usual team number 6, the freshman from Alicante, Spain. 9-3 in singles overall this season. And that one will go out of play. And that will allow Jimenez Perez to tie this thing up at 15-all. As Salmon wipes the sweat from his brow. And Grant, while we have a moment, these teams, Middle Tennessee and UTSA, that have a bye, you do wonder if their rest that they're going to have is going to pay dividends for them tomorrow, especially with the opponents that they'll be facing having already played the day before.
As a matter of fact, it'll be one of these two teams. So obviously be beneficial for this to get into some, some third sets, some tiebreakers if you're the Blue Crew. But it's in the same breath, I don't think they need it. I think they're fully confident in their ability to beat every other team at this tournament. Now further down the road, if we see UTSA in that championship game, if you're MTSU, that's a little bit different of a conversation. But no, I think you just kind of have to enjoy your time in Houston, enjoy hitting some balls today with your teammates, and prepare like you normally would for any other match. The only team that you saw this year was the Rice Owls, so there might be some familiarity there if Rice is the team to come out on top here. But you're in their arena now, so similar to UAB, it's almost going to feel like we're the ones coming in as the underdogs. We're the ones with something to prove, and they are. The four conference championships in a row on the line for this team definitely means a lot to the guys that have been here for all those years.
And you got to feel that players like Campbell Salmon are going to have some extra motivation if they play Middle Tennessee. When you can make plays like that, he'll get to 40-15. A beautiful job, and he's got an opportunity on the break point on Jimenez Perez. And Court 4's first set has been decided. Rice takes the 6-2 victory, so very quickly on Court 4, Rice taking advantage and taking an opportunity. And that is one quick domino down. They need just one more set on Court 4 now to add their second point to their overall total. 40-15, Jimenez Perez with the serve. First one is just off the mark. Second serve to follow. Electric stuff from these two guys, and you see the ovation from the crowd. Campbell Salmon takes it and makes it 3-4, and a beautiful rally between those two. It's a shame that only one could come out on top, but for now it's Campbell Salmon, and he's got an opportunity to bring this game ever closer and put Jimenez Perez on the back pedal.
Yeah, interesting. Thought we might see Jimenez Perez call that ball out there. It was very close, but gets the line and falls in favor of Salmon. And, you know, Rice right back in this.
Right back in this they are, and they now have an opportunity to apply even more heat and even more pressure on the Blazers. And they have the momentum here in the singles match, especially on court number 4, as we already mentioned, and now starting to show a little bit more of that on court number 3. We'll get you out to more singles action in just a moment to see what's happening throughout the rest of this court in Houston, Texas. Certainly been a fantastic singles round and doubles round for that matter thus far in this opening round of the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament. Want to remind you also to tune in tomorrow once again for our coverage of Middle Tennessee. They will play the winner of this match in the semifinal round. We're going to head over to court number 1 now to check out the latest action between those two. Trinity Greer and Mikhail Lazovsky. 5-3 game. And a beautiful response that time by Lazovsky. He's going to bring it to 40-30 and has an opportunity to take the first set against Trinity Greer in what would be a bit of an upset maybe for some. But I'm sure if you ask Lazovsky, he'd say that he knew he was capable of this. 40-30, chance for set number 1. And to even things up, Rice already took court 4 in the first set. UAB now can have one of their own. And remember, the Blazers need 4 of these 6 singles matches. Slamming it down. What a brilliant play from Lazovsky. He had no hesitation, no qualms about it. He knew exactly where he was going and what he was doing, and he slammed it right down Greer's throat. 6-3 win. So a massive first set win for Mikhail Lazovsky, and we've seen what he's been able to do all day against a very tough opponent in Trinity Greer, and that time, no hesitation, he was ready and he knew what he needed to do. Big win for him in the first set.
Yes, 6-3. Pretty convincing, I would say. Trinity Greer's definitely going to have to step it up and has his work cut out for him. As you can see over there on court number 1, it is very sunny.
Yeah, very
sunny
sunny.
over this afternoon. I mean, I'm sure it is everywhere down there in Houston, but it has got to be getting warm, and that has got to be wearing on these players. And as you alluded to a few moments ago, how is that going to affect them going into tomorrow and who gets to play Middle Tennessee State? So look forward to that and see how long these matches end up actually going this afternoon.
With how even a lot of these games are being played, this very well could be a bit of a marathon-esque game. We're going to head over to court number 2 now for our next bit of singles action, or court number 3 rather. West Barnett and Podzemny, 5-4 game, another close one. These two teams love their drama, and that makes it all the more fun for us Conference USA men's tennis fans. 15:30, Barnett trailing Podzemny, who is in need of a point here to tie it up at 5. And he is going to get it to 30 all as he watches that one go out of play. And that's great recognition from him. It's so easy as a player sometimes to, and they're going to rule actually that it was in play. So Podzemny must have been frustrated rather. So instead it's 15:40. And Barnett has an opportunity here to watch Podzemny get it to 5-5. That one just off the mark. And that one will just fall in the net. Wes Barnett stays alive, makes it 40-30. And Podzemny will have to take another chance to potentially put Wes Barnett away and get it to 5-5 and a potential for one of the two to win by 2 matches. Big point upcoming here. Of course, the NCAA men's tennis tournaments upcoming for some of these teams after the CUSA tournament concludes. As this first one will be just wide of the mark. And no, they're going to rule it was actually in. So a brilliant serve by Podzemny as he's going to get it to 5-5. And these players very nonchalant with their reactions, as he was able to just sneak it in. Looked like it was going to be out from a certain angle, but he got it to go. It's now 5-5, and the winner of that match will take the first set. So certainly things are heating up over on court number 3, and it only adds to the drama and excitement we're seeing in the singles round.
Well, Dylan, as we're about to send it back down to court 2, you mentioned the fact that some of these teams may get the opportunity to play in the postseason, but really there's only 2 in my mind in this tournament that if they win could even see the postseason. That's MTSU and UTSA, both in the double-digit victories, single-digit losses. I mean, even if somebody comes along and somehow upsets this, this entire men's bracket in Conference USA, I just don't see the committee giving that nod to a Conference USA school with a record, such as some of these other schools. So you're really looking for how dominant can Middle Tennessee, how dominant can UTSA be in these games to perhaps improve their rating and their ranking and, get that spot in the NCAA tournament.
Well, it's not March, but there certainly could still be some madness in this tournament. As we'll watch this one play out. And Pistolka just gets simply beat on that one by Sindogan. He does have a 5-3 lead, and UAB seems to have the early advantage on a lot of these singles courts. Despite not being able to get the doubles point, they could very well make this one go down to the wire. But you mentioned how both UTSA and Middle Tennessee could potentially have a claim to the NCAA tournament. Those are the 2 main ones you're looking at. And we mentioned towards the top of the broadcast, no team lower than a number 3 seed has ever won this tournament. So by that theory, both Rice and UAB shouldn't have an opportunity to win, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen. In fact, the last number 3 seed to do it was Middle Tennessee, which they were actually at home for here in the Adams Tennis Complex. And guess who's at home right now? The Rice Owls. So things could very well still shake out a certain way. But not if Pistolka has anything to say about it. He thought it was in. And looks like that is not what Sindogan is going to rule. That's going to bring it to deuce.
Yeah, a bit of wishful thinking there by Pistolka. It was close, but pretty positive it was on the outside of the line.
It is now deuce, and this is big for Amir Sindogan. He can get it to 5-4, and he will be on serve next in this matchup. He can get it to 5-5 and prevent Pistolka from taking an easy first set. and instead make it a drawn-out one that potentially could see him win. It would be a mountain of a comeback, but something that Amir Sindogan, the sophomore from Adana, Turkey, would be happy to do. Deuce. Like a runaway train, Pastolka slams it down, goes off the rails, and makes it a 6-3 first set win. A beautiful clincher from Pastolka, and UAB adds another first set win to their catalog as Amir Sindogan is left on the back burner, and the Blazers continue to build up some heat here in the singles matchups.
Yeah, it's certainly staying interesting, Dylan. I mean, UAB is winning a lot of these first sets and going to send it to 2, if not, take them back and, at least try to make this a game.
Certainly going to be shaking out to be an interesting finale for whatever happens in the future, but you got to love the intensity and excitement we're seeing. We're going to send it over to court number 5 now for our next look at singles action. Campbell Salmon and Jimenez Perez, a 4-4 tie right now, 30-40 game. And actually we came in late on that. Jimenez Perez up 5-4 as both players are currently taking a break. And that is yet another UAB player who has a first set advantage. And granted, it's interesting, a lot of times you'll see teams take an early doubles point, but things can so quickly change in the singles matchups. Do you think there's a reason for that? Do you think there's a potential consensus as to why this can sometimes happen, or is it just the way and the style in which a team plays? Some teams maybe just play better at doubles than singles.
I think you're exactly right. I think it's about chemistry. I think it's about who they decide to put on the court that day, and I think there's certain players that do better in a doubles environment. There's some players that do better in a singles environment, and some handle the pressure and better than others, and it just varies. It's a very individual sport, and in college it's interesting because of the team format and how they have to interact with the teammate. But when you break tennis down, there's only so much that you can do for yourself when you're playing a match. So these singles matches are a whole different mindset. And these UAB guys, like we spoke about earlier, a lot of them have come out fighting.
They have definitely come out fighting. They've come out swinging in these singles matchups, and they have not let the doubles deficit deter them at all. And they certainly have some momentum to play with as this singles matchup progresses forward. We'll see our next bit of on-court action in just a moment between these two. But again, UAB has had such a quick turnaround compared to where they were last year and even the year before that. They won just 5 games in the 2021 season, 8-15 in 2022, but now 20-6 in 2023. Huge credit to head coach Justin DeSanto for being able to pull that off. He's really changed the whole culture around the Blazers men's tennis organization, which is incredibly crucial as they get ready to move to the American.
Absolutely, Dylan. I mean, American, I wouldn't, can't necessarily say that it's a step up for competition, but definitely they're just on the move, and they need to make a good impression upon that new conference. And as you alluded to, less than 10 wins up until this year, 20 across the board, and it doesn't matter who it is. We said Rice comes in as the higher seed. It doesn't matter who those victories were against, but kind of establishing that winning culture is crucial for the success of this program going forward.
DeSanto has been able to do that. We're now going to go over to court number 5. Campbell Salmon and Jimenez Perez still in action, 15 all game. Salmon on serve, 4-5. Jimenez Perez with the lead. In a sideways kind of singles matchup, as that one will fall into the net off of the racket of Jimenez Perez, make it 30-15 Campbell Salmon. Jimenez Perez with an opportunity to get UAB yet another first set victory and really turn the pressure back on the Owls. Like they're putting Rice in a pressure cooker. 30-15, first serve. Salmon will watch this one catch nothing but net. Salmon coming off a 14-10 singles record a year ago, including a 13-9 doubles record. double fault from Campbell Salmon. We've seen that a couple of times from him today. He's going to make it 30-all and allow Jimenez Perez a free point. And in this kind of tournament atmosphere, Grant, those kinds of mental mistakes and mental errors are ones that you absolutely cannot afford.
Yeah, tough situation, and it can absolutely ruin your momentum and your confidence in yourself. I mean, you're down 4 or 5 here. You need to hold to keep on pace with Carlos on the other side, and just can't afford to give up too many of those 3 points, as you mentioned. Although the young freshman making, a bit redundant there, the young Spaniard making a mistake of his own, 40 favor to Salmon.
40-30, Salmon on top. And as you mentioned, the young Spaniard, Jimenez Perez, making a bit of a mistake. And again, it's those mental errors that grinds coaches' gears in these games. As that one was sent on an absolute rocket ship into the box by Campbell Salmon. He ties it up at 5. And now the next point will have to be decided by who can win by a total of 2 matchups in this first set singles round. Jimenez Perez and Salmon in a barn burner right now. Things are becoming very, very interesting over on court number 3. But again, those are 2 fantastic players who have really showed out and showed why this tournament means so much to them today.
Yeah, we've really been bouncing back and forth between, 3 and 4 and 5 a lot of the days. A lot of the same guys. These matches have been close, really fun to watch, and has made this an interesting first round of the Conference USA Men's Tennis Championship.
It's certainly becoming more and more fun as time goes forward. We're going to move over to court number 4 now to get the latest on that action. Court number 3, rather, West Barnett and Podzemny. And Podzemny, an absolute bullet right down the alley. And these two are now in a 6-6 tiebreaker round. 1-0, or rather 1-1 game now, as we just tuned in with Barnett and Podzemny. And when you're in these first set tiebreaks, even though it's early, the amount of tennis you play in this scenario only continues to mount. The serve coming up from West Barnett, or rather Podzemny. And Podzemny sent that one to the next dimension. A beautiful return. Make it 2-1. Podzemny on top. And this tiebreak becomes all the more important because you have a lot less time and a lot less errors to work with. Not as much leeway when you're a player in these tiebreaker scenarios. Barnett with the serve. That one finds nothing but the net. Serve 2 to follow. And it's going to go straight into the net. And Podzemny continues to add to his lead, make it 3-1, and some beautiful returns that time.
Tiebreaker, a big mental game because, we've seen some 10 points here at ATC. Our very own Blue Raiders come back from, 2 or 3 down, being down multiple times in a tiebreak. But when you can only get 1 point at a time, that difference of 1 and 2 feels so much different.
Yes.
Feels so much more insurmountable.
That one is going to be just off the mark for Barnett, and that's got to be a little disheartening because it was a bullet of a serve right down the alley. Serve 2. Wes Barnett shows his fortitude, sends it right back in Podzemny's face, and brings it to 3-2, a crucial point picked up in the tiebreaker round. Over on court number 5, things are heating up there as well. UAB currently with the advantage. 5-6 game. Very, very close matchup there, and another game that could potentially head to a 6-6 tiebreak, depending on the next result. And that just shows that these first sets are becoming more and more of a prerogative for these players, especially for their team's hopes of moving on to the semifinal round. Podzemny with the next serve. Finds the net. And Wojciech Podzemny won 6 matches in singles as a freshman. Wasn't as great as doubles. 5-9 in that scenario, but he's always been a very solid singles player for this team. But that was not a solid play. It goes straight into the sky and allows West Barnett to tie it back up at 3. And both players are going to have a brief respite. They're going to head for the bench and allow themselves, and the rest of the audience for that matter, to catch their breath in what has been a fantastic singles matchup. And for all those watching at home, I hope you're having as much fun as we have being able to call this, because these two players are absolutely waylaying each other, going back and forth in a true Mike Tyson-esque affair.
Yeah, we got exactly what we asked for this afternoon, Dylan. Some great tennis to watch, and it has certainly been that. And I'm excited to see if Podzemny can somehow nick this first set off of Salmon there.
Rice is in desperate need of potentially turning around one of these first sets. They haven't been able to clinch a whole lot of them thus far. UAB has certainly had the momentum and the advantage in that. So the question is, can UAB respond, or can Rice find a way back? We're going to head over to court number 1 for their second set as we catch up with the 2 number 1 players, Trinity Greer and Mikhail Lazovsky. And that one will quickly head out of play, and Trinity Greer not happy about it. It's going to make it a 15-all game, as Greer was fairly well dominated in the first set. A 6-3 win for Mikhail Lazovsky. Greer currently has a 2-1 advantage, though, in the second set, 15-all. Look out below. That one was gone from the moment it hit the racket. Mikhail Lazovsky steps up in a huge way and delivers another shot right across the bow of Trinity Greer.
Yeah, the only thing Greer can do is stand and applaud his opponent for that shot.
And Mikhail Lazovsky just changed the volume like a DirecTV remote, as he is going to bring it now to a 30-15 lead. This one towards the back line, too far. Serve 2 to follow. And Greer can't get the backhand to go. Was trying to go cross court, and he couldn't get the angle or the height that he needed. It's 40-15, and Lazovsky's got a chance to tie it up at 2 once again. Trinity Greer, once ranked as high as 22nd by the USTA Boys 18 and Under rankings, was the number 37 senior coming out of high school by Tennis Recruiting News. Even reached the round of 16 in the USTA Indoor National Championships. And he's going to be saved once again as that one goes out of play. Mistake from Mikhail Lazovsky. And Coach DeSanto will have a quick discussion. Game is now 40-30. Ife Oostendong is in the midst of his 10th season with the Owls, the current head coach. 2-time CUSA Coach of the Year winner. He's got a lot of tenure with his team, as that first one will go wide. Straight into the Ticket Smarter sign. And he has coached his team for this very moment in their last USA tournament. And that one is called out by Lusovsky. Give him the victory, make it 2-2. And the Gatorade will be given by Coach DeSanto. And he'll also give him a quick discussion. So Mikhail Lazovsky continues to pour it on Trinity Greer. And Greer continues to find himself in very troubling circumstances here in Houston. This will be a very crucial matchup for Trinity Greer. He's back on serve with a chance to retain a 3-2 lead. Keep Lazovsky at bay for the moment in the second set, which he will absolutely smash that first serve and make it 15-love. A brilliant job by Trinity Greer. And he's hoping for a trinity of those serves +1 to get himself a 5th-game lead in the second set. First serve will go out. Lazovsky comes in high school as a runner-up in the Czech Republic Junior Championships in both singles and doubles play. He has a deep history of performing well on the international level. And that one is called out by Trinity Greer. Much like Middle Tennessee player Stein Slump, he can absolutely swing it when the opportunity calls for it, but that time he had a little bit too much power underneath it. Makes it 30-love, Trinity Greer on top. So as these matches progress.
We absolutely did, and a lot more even at 2 games apiece, but we also just saw Trinity Greer get out to a 30-love advantage and drop that game to Lazovsky. So we'll have to keep a close eye and see if that competitive nature in that match continues, or if Lazovsky can pull away from Greer once again.
We're going to head over to court number 3 now for our next bit of singles action. And we are going to, actually, we have had a result that's given in. Court 3 has been decided. 6-7 is the finals tally. So that court has been decided, and another big victory there. We're going to head over to court number 5, actually, for our next bit of singles action. That one's still in progress. Campbell Salmon and Jimenez Perez. We can't officially say that UAB took the set over on court number 3 in the first one. A big victory for the Blazers. Campbell Salmon and Jimenez Perez in the midst of their matchup. 6-6 tiebreaker game right now. We do want to report this as well. Not only did Florida Atlantic take the doubles point over Charlotte in their matchup, but all 6 singles courts in the first set. Pretty sheer domination from the Owls thus far. They came in as the heavy favorite against the Charlotte 49ers, but they're leaving no doubt as to how good they truly are. And the Owls are another team that's pretty interesting when you consider what they've been able to do this year. Not as heavy a favorite as Middle Tennessee and UTSA, but they have a lot of talented players who can match up to those teams in very unique ways. And of course, if the Owls are to advance, they would play UTSA in the semifinal round, and that would be a fantastic matchup. As we see Campbell Salmon on serve in this 6-6 tiebreak. This is for the first set. First serve will head straight into the net. The Rice faithful watching with bated breath. And another double fault from Campbell Salmon, and he cannot be happy after that one. And unfortunately, it's been a recurring trend for him today. We've seen it time and time again, and you got to feel for him. But again, it's those mistakes that quickly add up, and especially in a tiebreaker game, they add up and make things so much harder for you and your team.
Yeah, we've mentioned the mental aspect that goes into singles, but not even that, but the tiebreaker rounds, how it's just a different mindset you got to play with, and that's clearly weighing on Campbell Salmon here early in that one.
And we'll see if he'll be able to overcome that and continue that stretch and perhaps not have the same unfortunate circumstances happen to him. We're going to head over to court number 6 now for our next bit of singles action. First time today we visited court 6. Kabir Kapesi and Georgios Nouchakis in the midst of their matchup, a 6-5 matchup. And Nouchakis has an opportunity, if he can take this break, to give UAB another first set victory and really put themselves in position to pull off a stunner here in Houston. Kapesi on serve at the moment, down 30-15, in need of a big one. Kabir Kapesi, a lightning strike across the court on the forehand. Beautiful job and beautiful misdirect that left Nouchakis in quicksand. 30 all game. And we've seen a couple of these matches now head to 6-6 tiebreaks. And if you're UAB, I feel like you want to make sure to end this thing now. You don't want to give Rice any opportunity at all. Kind of seems obvious, but not only from the aspect of getting the win, but also saving yourself some energy. Serve from Kapesi. And another beautiful cross court from Kapesi. How about it? Right up against the line. And again, Nouchakis cannot respond in time, can only stand still and watch it go past. 40-30, Kapesi with the lead.
Yeah, nice no look on the forehand there. A little misdirection there from Kapesi and just a rocket across the court. No chance for Nouchakis.
And where you aim your eyes can often misdirect your opponent as well in these matchups. That's what Kapesi just did. This one wide of the mark. Next serve to follow. A chance to bring this to a 6-6 tiebreak. Can Nouchakis respond? He cannot. We are going to a tiebreak over on court number 6. Kabir Kapesi responding in kind to the adversity that Nouchakis presented and showing that he has what it takes to keep this thing rolling. And we're in for yet another dramatic result. These two teams evenly matched. And unfortunately, only one can come away with the result. But this first set tiebreak should be a dandy between Kapesi and Nouchakis. And they're going to head straight into it. Nouchakis will serve first. What a backhand from Kapesi. And sometimes all you can do if you're the opponent is sit and admire what just happened. Kabir Kapesi takes a 1-0 lead in the first set tiebreak. And again, he has had beautiful placement as of late.
Yeah, Dylan, just beautiful. Like you mentioned placement, and Kapesi's sure showing Nouchakis that he is not one to be taken lightly here on court 6.
1-0 lead. As that one is just going to be off the mark. What a brilliant, resilient play by Nouchakis to keep that one in play. We do want to mention that the match summary you currently see on your screen is a play side error. This set is not over. They're in the midst of a tiebreak set right now. So play side having an error at the moment. As far as we know, it is a 1-1 tie in the tiebreak. We'll get fully accurate scores in just a moment. But these two players in the midst of an absolute battle for court number 6, and there's going to be another set at least to follow. There's the accurate scoreboard. Cabesi on the slip and slide once again like he just got out of Dollywood Splash Country. But he's able to respond in kind, keep his footing, keep his power, and he gets it to 2-1. And Georgios Nouchakis continues to be on the back foot as of late. Hasn't been able to respond to a lot of what Capesi has been able to do. And we're seeing the effects of serving also playing a massive role in this matchup. Whoever's on serve usually seems to have the advantage. Nouchakis will be the next. 2-1 lead for Kabir Capesi. And what a dynamite serve that was from Nouchakis. Right inside the box, perfect placement, huge velocity. And Capesi is again left in quicksand. 2-2 tie.
Yeah, Dylan, they had to have it. Nouchakis had to have it, and just a massive serve right where the tee crosses itself.
Two tie, serve coming up here from Nouchakis. Can you say backhand? What a beautiful one from Georgios Nouchakis right along the corner. Kabir Capesi trying to respond, couldn't get the angle. It goes straight into the net. 3-2 lead now.
Yeah, beautiful one from Nouchakis, and not so beautiful one from Capesi as it falls short. Another unforced error.
An unforced error and one that he'd probably want back. Again, you don't want to give your opponent free points. Capesi couldn't get the angle he wanted. 3-2 game. Capesi will be next to serve, but this one is coming down to the absolute wire between two of the best that you'll find in the number 6 spot in Conference USA. We'll keep tabs on that matchup shortly in the future, but it's going to be a really, really close one down to the wire, and this is when we're going to see who is truly clutch.
Absolutely, Dylan. Yeah, we're going to see who on those top courts if Lusovsky can take it to Greer and, finish this out for Rice, as well as these bottom courts that have been a lot more competitive. Like I mentioned early on in the day, we're going to see potentially some third sets. We're going to see a lot of tiebreakers, which we already have.
Yes.
And that's definitely going to be what determines the outcome here this afternoon.
We will see how all those tiebreakers shape out and how all these first sets work out. We're going to head over to court number 3 now for our next look at their matchup. Court 3, of course, with West Barnett and Vacek Podzemny. And Podzemny did take the first set in a 6-6 tiebreak, up 1-0 at the moment. That's West Barnett on the near side of your screen. West Barnett in the background, or excuse me, Podzemny in the background, 15 love. Podzemny on top.
Say it's showing Podzemny on serve, but that is Barnett on serve. Just a little bit too aggressive on that last ball. Pretty intent to follow his serve in, and Podzemny able to poke it by him for the 15-love advantage.
As Podzemny is going to send that one too far from the looks of it. West Barnett able to stay clear. Watch it go out of play. It makes it a 15-all game. And for West Barnett, a real dogfight in the first set. Wasn't able to come away with the victory. That can be demoralizing for a player, but it's all about keeping your head up and keeping your eye on the prize. If you're West Barnett at the moment, that's what he's looking to do. This one will go into the net, and that'll allow Barnett a 30-15 lead. Barnett has won 4 USTA National Level 2 Championship tournaments in his career, and he's showing you why. Another beautiful serve. You could not ask for better placement on that one. 40-15, Barnett with the lead. And now West Barnett with a chance to tie this game up at 1 apiece on Vodtech Podzimny. Beautiful serves all around for West Barnett. He ties it up at 1. Nice ovation from the Rice faithful. And Podzimny is going to have to retool after that one in game 2 of the second set. He'll be back on serve with a chance to take a 2-1 lead, but West Barnett back against the wall. He responds in a big way.
Yeah, nice even start that first set for these two. Down to the wire, went to a tiebreaker, and we're back locked here at 1 again. Looks like these two are destined to go the distance this afternoon. Excuse me.
Both of them destined for greatness thus far in this tournament, playing some fantastic tennis. As that one goes in for Podzimny to open up game 3, make it 15-love. We do want to report that Court 5 has gone the way of Rice. They get it in the tiebreaker set. So Rice does clinch a first set on a court, which has been very crucial. There's been a lack of those thus far in the singles rounds, but they're able to get one, and that could be just enough to help hold UAB at bay for the moment. 15-love lead for Podzimny. This one goes out of play. A beautiful serve again from Vodtech Podzimny. He's impressed all day, and he continues to show why he was so highly recruited coming out of high school, coming to UAB, and he's been massive for the Blazers. $30-love lead here for Podzimny. Make that 40-love. Opportunity to take this one back. And this is going to be crucial, Grant, to see how West Barnett can respond.
Absolutely is down 40-love. Obviously not ever, you know, you're on the down bounce when you are not, when you're defending, when you're, you know, when you're on defense, but Barnett shown that he can, well, that shows right there that he can't make it go.
And the frustration from West Barnett, he couldn't clear that one inbounds that time. An unforced error and an unfortunate one at that. It's going to give Podzimny a 2-1 lead, and West Barnett's going to be thinking about that one for a while as he heads to the bench. But the question is, will he use it as motivation, or will it be a deterrent for his overall goal of getting this second set? Podzimny back in charge and back in the lead. And as a player, those kinds of plays can really disorient you, make you feel as though that things just aren't bouncing your way, but you've got to stay focused and make sure you know what's happening with the goal ahead, Grant.
Yeah, Barnett's got to use this break as an opportunity to reset here. I mean, that's, you saw this frustration come out at the end of that last game, and he's just going to have to regroup and go back to work. We said this, I mean, these two have been playing back and forth so well all afternoon. Not really one with a leg up on the other, so.
Yeah, and we have seen how, again, both of these teams are usually able to stay fairly close together. With Rice, they have a little bit more leeway to work with. They only need 3 of these singles matches, as we mentioned, after the doubles match. UAB, of course, in need of 4 of these. Blazers have certainly had the advantage thus far, but Rice is staying with them just enough to keep themselves in contention. And at the end of the day, whether you win 4-3 or 7-0, it's all about getting that victory and moving on to the semifinals. We're going to head over to court number 1 now for our next look at their game. Trinity Greer and Mikhail Osofsky. 4-4, 15 all. And Grant, you have to imagine that the pressure is on Trinity Greer.
Oh, absolutely. Down a set here. Pretty even here at 4 games apiece on serve. He needs this one. He needs this game badly. He needs to get Lusovsky off the court as fast as possible. A little mishit there as that ball falls short on the volley.
Lusovsky has seemingly had the upper hand on Greer all day, but Trinity Greer is not the kind of player to go out quietly. We saw it in his matchup with Stein Slump earlier this year here in the Cathedral of Tennis. What he was able to take Stein Slump to, trying to do the same with Mikhail Lusovsky. And whichever of these players ends up going into tomorrow as the victor will certainly make for an interesting matchup for Middle Tennessee's #1 Stein Slump. Can't wait to see that. As that one goes into the net, make it 40-30. Trinity Greer on top with an opportunity, and a big one at that, Grant, to get it to 5-4, and there's no understating how big a second set would be here.
Yeah, you could hear Greer yelp in excitement as that ball from Lusovsky was just long. Great opportunity for him to go up a game.
40-30. That one will be out of play, just outside the box. Second chance coming for Trinity Greer. Oh, what a backhand, what a chase down by Mikhail Lusovsky. He put some extra spin on that one, and Trinity Greer just could not manage it in time. Make it a deuce. This game with enough excitement to get a robot pumped up.
Yeah, Lusovsky standing in the middle of the court, just parked there. Nowhere for Greer to really go with the ball, and makes him pay with that backhand.
Deuce game 4-4. Trinity Greer on serve. Out of play, and Trinity Greer, for the first time today, has the upper hand on Mikhail Lusovsky in a big way, and he is banging his head with his own racket. He is about as fired up as you could imagine, and you should be when you get a win like that. Greer now with an opportunity to take this one to 6-4 and get a big second set victory, Grant.
Huge opportunity for the Owls, and a great performance there in that game by Trinity Greer. He's been, as you mentioned, down all day. It's his first lead he's had with 5 games to 4, and a real opportunity for him to force a third set and go the distance.
He will look to do that momentarily, a chance for that big second set victory for Trinity Greer, which would be massive for Rice's hopes of taking this overall single set. We'll get to our next bit of singles action in a moment, but I want to also touch on the fact that really UAB came in with a lot of great singles players and an overall great record, but a lot of people doubted when it came to their schedule and the strength of their opponents. Rice is ranked number 62 in the ITA rankings, UAB not in the ITA rankings. So the question is, do you think that scheduling harder competition has helped Rice in the long run?
I mean, absolutely. If you're talking about in terms of the IT rankings, they are certainly going to look more favorably upon those harder opponents. And, you know, as we've talked to Coach Jimmy Borndame of the Blue Raiders a few times this season, he's emphasized that, you know, they try to schedule a lot of those ranked opponents, a lot of the out-of-conference games, because those are what are going to get you credibility if you can pull off those victories later in the season and into the tournaments in the end of April.
We will see how that pays off for Rice and Middle Tennessee in their tournaments. We're going to head over to court number 3 now for our next look at their match. West Barnett and Vodtech Podzemny. 2-2, 15 love. Florida Atlantic is now up 2-0 overall. We want to report in their matchup against Charlotte. Now just 2 points away from moving on to the semifinal round against UTSA. And you can imagine that all the people from Conference USA are going to be interested in that matchup. A true toss-up. And Florida Atlantic is on the verge of victory as well. Currently have a 5-4 lead over on the second court, as well as a 5-1 lead over on court number 5, and another 5-4 lead on court 10. The Owls are in business with an opportunity to move on to the semifinal round, but the question is, can they do it? We'll get more updates on that match in the future. 30-15 West Barnett on top in this 2-2 affair at the moment. So we'll get more on that set in just a moment. Big time matchup over there on court number 3. But as you see, Middle Tennessee, very, very intrigued to be seeing these two teams. You're seeing a lot of really great play from both sides. They're going to make it a tough matchup on the Raiders.
Absolutely. I mean, the Raiders have had the targets on their back for, what, a few years now at this point?
At least 3 years now.
Yeah, so, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, it doesn't really change how they're going to have to prepare, but it does. The more tennis you get under your feet, the more shots. I mean, the more you get a hold of a good ball, and you just get that feeling inside of you. And the more opportunities that they have to do that before they get to play MTSU, the more opportunities those doubles teams have to play together. That's just going to give them all the better opportunity to upset the Blue Raiders when it comes time to do so.
We're going to go split screen for the moment. Courts 1 and 4. Both games in a 5-4, very, very close contest. Trinity Greer on top 30-15. We'll get all the accurate information for that in just a moment. But as you can tell, this is going to be crucial for Rice to really turn the narrative around. That first set that they suffered was not great for them. They had a lot of losses. UAB came out punching. So now for the Rice Owls, this is when, in their own heads, it's going to be payback time and a chance to even the score.
Yeah, we talked about Trinity Greer there up there on the first court. His first advantage of the day at 5-4. If he can somehow get a break here against Lusovsky, that would give him the set and force a third one. Speaking of it, we're on the verge right here. Check this out, Dylan.
On court number 1, and Trinity Greer is going to watch that one go past to make it deuce. And we do have an official score now over on court number 4. We'll get that for you in just a moment. Deuce now here for Mikhail Lazovsky. Deuce 5-4. First serve goes straight into the net. And it is official. Florida Atlantic has defeated the Charlotte 49ers in quick order, a 4-0 sweep. The Owls will face the UTSA Roadrunners tomorrow at noon here in Houston. Meanwhile, second serve for Lazovsky. And he double faults, a critical error, and one that he's going to want back. But Trinity Greer is going to take the second set on court number 1, and he gets a nice slap of the skin from his coach. Set 3 will decide it on court number 1. Trinity Greer, who had been tried, battle-tested all day, is finally able to overcome Lazovsky, at least for the moment. He makes it 6-4 in the second set. It is official that Rice has a 2-0 lead. That's what we can report on now. Owls on top 2-0. They need just 2 more singles courts to go their way, and they will clinch their trip to the second round of the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament against the top-seeded Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. So Rice certainly now starting to turn things around. We talked about how good UAB looked in that first set, but it can be a 3-set game sometimes, and the Owls have shown just how good they are under pressure.
Absolutely. Rice has been in control here. They've been at home. They've looked comfortable, and now it's just time to close it out. If you're the Owls, the 2-0 advantage has got to seem pretty daunting in the minds of most of those UAB guys at this point, especially seeing that one change to a 2 up on the scoreboard probably in the arena here.
The pressure is on for UAB, but they've got an opportunity to take a point back with Pastolka taking on Emir Sindogan. And this would be the first point scored for the Blazers. But Pastolka on serve, currently down 40-30, trying to come back. On the top part of your screen. Out of play, and that is going to be a match victory for Emir Sindogan. He gets it to 5-3, and a big one at that. Needed that against Pastolka, who had a chance to lock things up. And Pastolka will be back on serve with a chance to make it 5-4. Sindogan rather will be back on serve with a chance to make it 5-4. A missed opportunity for Pastolka to put this game away. And Rice continues to be that team that just won't stop on this UAB singles run. Now 5-3, Pastolka with another opportunity, but this time he's going to have to play on the defensive. Sindogan on the attack. And a ball goes out onto the court. And you picked a fine time to leave me. Loose ball. It goes back towards the sideline. Little break from the action. So we'll get back to that match in a moment. And again, Emir Sindogan really trying to pull out a big victory for Rice in this one. And he's certainly shown that he's got the capability to come back. But UAB certainly on top. The question is, can Sindogan muster enough to force this third set?
Yeah, we saw him just earn a game back there. I mean, you have to, what have you done for me recently? I mean, he's proved that he can do it. It's just a matter of will he in his own, in his own mind at this point.
The mental game is certainly a huge part of this aspect. And it's going to become all the more important as this game wears on. And again, the Rice Owls still looking for their third set point to bring it to 3-0 and potentially get themselves an even greater opportunity at a victory. UAB searching for their first game point, which they could do momentarily. Sindogan and Pastolka.
I can't hear him at all. Yeah, well, I can't. I haven't heard when you're coming back to the camera. Like
15 all game now.
Appreciate it.
Emir Sindogan on serve, 15 all game. A brief respite from the action. The serve. And that one catches nothing but net. And Sindogan is going to want that one back. That will bring it to 30-15 if the play site score is correct. And indeed it is. So Pastolka narrows the margin just a little bit and keeps Emir Sindogan on his toes.
Hey, Dylan, there's something usually pretty satisfying about that. The sound of the ball just smacking the tape, but it also usually means that your shot didn't make it to the other side of the net. Sindogan having to battle some frustrations here.
Sindogan, a former U16 Turkish national singles champion, was named CUSA Athlete of the Week for his performance against Denver earlier this season. He's been a fantastic player for them, trying to prove that pedigree once again. That one will go straight into the net for Pastolka once again. 40-15. Emir Sindogan with a chance to bring it to 5-4. And if you're Pastolka, that's got to get in your head just a little bit. You thought you had the match potentially wrapped up, but he just hasn't been able to, and Sindogan is not going away. Out is called, and Amir Sindogan is going to bring it to 5-4. And Roman Pastolka is left speechless as he's going to come off of the court. And Amir Sindogan now will have to be back on the defensive, but he's got a chance to potentially come back and bring this game to a 5-5 result. And he puts the pressure now on Roman Pastolka to bring this thing home. So very crucial result over there on that court. And again, Rice isn't going away quietly. And I think it's been interesting, Grant. We've seen how it looks like UAB has matches clinched, but then Rice finds a way. They throw a haymaker and they find a way to respond late. And that's what they're doing right now against UAB.
Yes, Sindogan able to get a break and then a hold there to bring it back to 5-4, I believe. And yeah, you're right. Just a few different examples this afternoon of times where UAB, we thought that they might be able to pick off one of these courts, pick off a set from one of these guys, and they just haven't quite been able to do it just yet.
We're back on court number 3 right now. West Barnett, Wojtek Podziemny, who have been in an absolute barn burner for the majority of this game. 4-3, 15-love lead for West Barnett. And West Barnett, much like Trinity Greer, a player who is in need of a big performance in the second set to turn this thing around. And Podziemny went for the nonchalant shot. He couldn't get it over the net. And that's kind of the risk versus reward you sometimes play with, Grant.
Yeah, Podziemny doing well here to even. I mean, he's looking to put this one away, and this was another one where we've seen the momentum completely flip in the favor of Barnett, up 30-love, up a game. Just chaos here in Houston.
Well, in the Lone Star State, it's been a Lone Star kind of last few services for Podziemny. 40-love. And now he's got a chance to be down 5-3 if West Barnett can ring in this next serve on Wojtek Podziemny. Another break point in order. This one will go out of play, and Podziemny's going to live to fight another day.
Looks like Barnett was almost aiming that one a little bit too much.
And Grant, you've mentioned sometimes you aim the ball a little bit. You don't so much hit it naturally, you try to aim it in somewhere. And that's where, unfortunately, there can be a malfunction at the junction and things can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you hear it with other sports as well about quarterbacks or baseball, baseball players throwing to a base, about, them trying to put it exactly on the chest or, exactly on the hands of the receiver, whatever the case may be. And, you just can't, sometimes you just got to let it rip. Sometimes you just got to swing the racket and trust in the technique that you've built up throughout, your career to this point.
40-30. And that one is going to go in. What a dynamite serve from Wes Barnett right inside that box. He is going to make it 5-3. And Podziemny is feeling the blaze from the other side right now. A fantastic showing and a fantastic serve from Wes Barnett, Grant. And now Rice has another opportunity to take a second set, flip that pressure once again. And the question now for UAB is, with Rice coming back, how do you quell that response, and what do you use in your own mind? What strategy do you have to stop them?
Well, I mean, there's not much in the case of Salmon. That'll be his first set if he is able to complete it. And you're down 2-0. You've got very limited opportunities left to get the victory here this afternoon. You need 4 of the remaining 5 courts.
Yes.
So I mean, like I said, like we were talking about earlier, you just gotta, hunker down and get it done at this point. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. If not, so be it.
We're gonna go over to court number 3 now for our next look at singles action. Wes Barnett and Wojtek Podziemny, 15-all. Barnett on top. And that serve had some whiplash from Podzemny. He's going to make it 30-15 as West Barnett's put on the back pedal, and he couldn't respond in time. It was almost like a curveball in baseball with that serve, the way it was angled coming off. Next serve coming from Podzemny. This one not inside. And that one straight into the net. Another beautiful serve from Podzemny. He's like a modern-day Da Vinci on the court because he makes some art. 40-15, Vodgtech Podzemny. And with Barnett having the 5-3 lead, this becomes all the more crucial for Podzemny to deliver and give his team a chance in this second set. For UAB, you'd rather it not go to the third if at all possible. And Podzemny delivers in time. Another beautiful curveball serve sets up the finish. And he's going to get it to 5-4, and that is massive, Grant.
Absolutely, it is. I mean, we're just talking about Barnett being able to potentially send this one to a third set here, in Podzemny still with the opportunity to keep it close enough to maybe force a tiebreak, maybe sneak one out of it, and you know, maybe even just take it here in 2 sets, take it in straights.
That's what he would like to do, and certainly would be the idea for both teams. And I gotta love the spin that he put along that ball all throughout. Spin is such a huge part of the game because it allows you to misdirect the shot, and really it creates a situation where the other player just can't predict where it's going to go.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got somewhat of a feel for it because you try to do some of the same things yourself, but sometimes you never know how that ball's going to come up off the concrete, and we've seen a few weird bounces here today.
And we certainly have seen a few weird bounces, and we could see some more as we get into our next look. We're going to go over to court number 1 once again, take a look at Trinity Greer and Mikhail Lazovsky. Now in the third set. And Greer not happy after that last one. He's arguing his case. What'd you see there, Grant?
It looked a bit long for me. It looks like Greer's just clearly frustrated with the outcome of this game so far, even though he has it. I mean, we're at a set apiece. We're well into the third one. He is clearly very tired and thought that point should have been his.
And as the game progresses, you get tired not just physically but mentally as a player, and that wears on you. This one deflects off the net and will be wide of the mark. Next serve to follow. So we'll get to that court in just a moment. We'll go back to it. We're going to head over to court number 2 in just a moment, where things continue to heat up, as it's been a very close affair all day, and really it's still anybody's game over there. So a very crucial one here in Houston. We're going to see who's going to come out on top in just a second. Mir Sindogan and Roman Postolka in a 5-5. And looks like that one is going to be called out by Postolka to make it 30-15. Mir Sindogan on top. This is a 5-5 game. To avoid a tiebreak, the winner must win by 2 straight games. That one goes out of play, and Grant, I heard some wind starting to rip through a little bit. Of course, we're not there in Houston with the players right now, but wind can certainly have an effect on your launch and the way the ball comes off the racket if you're not careful.
No doubt, just like any of the other elements, wind one of the more influential, with tennis balls being as light as they are. Sometimes it can play to your advantage, and sometimes it hurts you just a little bit, but all the players having to deal with it the same.
If you're just joining us here on MTN Sports, a reminder if one is needed. This game between 5th-seeded UAB and 4th-seeded Rice, with nothing less than a trip to the semifinals of the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament and a trip to take on number 1 Middle Tennessee right back here tomorrow at noon, as a double fault comes from Amir Sindogan. And that is not going to cut it in this one, as Roman Pastolka will take that one all day, makes it 40-30, and a potential break point coming up. But as we mentioned, huge matchup, huge ramifications, and mistakes like that are just not going to be something you're looking for in this game, as we'll get back to that matchup in a moment. But playing mistake-free tennis is something that coaches emphasize all the time, and that goes for Conference USA as well, whether it's Coach DeSanto, whether it's Coach Efe Oostendong, and whether it's Jimmy Borendame. They're going to emphasize that to the highest degree, because in these situations, you have to be accurate, and you cannot have those mental mistakes.
Right, you are. Unforced errors, probably the part of tennis that each player tries to eliminate the most.
And you talk about a reversal of fortune. Kabir Kapesi has taken a 5-0 lead in the second set on Georgios Nouchakis. A game that was very competitive, and Nouchakis even looked like he had in the first set, has completely gone awry. 15-love lead now. That one's just going to fall into the net, 15-all. And granted, it's almost humorous to see how drastically the game has changed. It's crazy to think that a set can be dominated once, and then the very next one, it's the domination or a close game on the other side. Really, in many ways, tennis, maybe more than a lot of other sports, is a game all about momentum. And Kapesi tried to save it with all his might, but there was no stopping Nouchakis on that one. But you have to admire the effort that Kapesi showed that time. Did everything he could to keep it in, but he just got beat out by a bad angle, and sometimes you just don't have those fortuitous bounces.
Yeah, great drop shot there by Nouchakis. And definitely forced Kapesi into an uncomfortable position, not really one where he was able to return that last shot there from Nouchakis, even though it wasn't the most powerful.
And we do want to report that Rice has taken set 2 on court number 3 and potentially closing in on a victory. That one sent straight into the net from Nouchakis. It's going to make it a 30-all game. And he tried to slide that one back across. And when you don't have the traction that you want, it can make it so much harder to deliver an accurate shot. (30-all, 5-0). Kabir Kapesi with a chance to give Rice a 3-0 lead and keep them one step away from a potential trip to the next round. That one goes back behind the box. And it looks like Nouchakis is going to head towards the bench for a moment.
Looks like he might be grabbing a new racket.
Yes, he is. The new weapon of choice, a new racket coming out of the bag. It's like pulling a rabbit out of the hat. But we'll see if Nouchakis can make any magic happen with this new one. 30-all, 5-0. And perhaps this is a last-ditch attempt to potentially give UAB a chance over here on court number 6. And he got a little bit too much spin on that last shot. That brings it to 40-30. And now Capacey has the crosshairs in his eyes and has an opportunity to take this one away. Match point number 2. Does Newchakis have anything left? First serve deflects off the net. Serve 2 to follow. Angles it in, and Kabir Capacey takes it on court number 6 to extend the Rice lead to 3-0, and they are now just one small step away from sweeping UAB and moving on to the semifinals. A fantastic reversal of fortune from Kabir Capacey, who was down for most of the first set. He comes back, wins the first set, and then absolutely smothers Newchakis in the second. And now Rice takes a 3-0 lead, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, Rice looks pretty inevitable here this afternoon. 3-0 advantage. I mean, it's going to take a lot for UAB to come back at this point.
And as you mentioned, much like Thanos, Rice has been inevitable in this game, and they continue to show time and time again why they are such a big contender and why year in and year out teams fear playing them in CUSA, because they can do things like this. Even when a game was seemingly getting out of hand for them, when they were losing a lot of these singles matchups, they've come back in a big way, found their way back to the top of the mountain, a 3-0 lead. They now need just one more singles match to go their way to take home this victory in Houston.
Right, you are, Dylan, and now we are going to send it down to court number 2.
Emir Sindogan and Roman Pastolka on court 2. And Rice now just 1 point away, as that one is going to be just off the mark. If Sindogan scores next, it's going to be a second set victory. And that one is going to go in for Pastolka to make it 40-30. Pastolka trying to get it to a third set, if at all possible. Sindogan wanting it to go to a third set. Pastolka, rather, trying to avoid that third set. Currently down 6-5. In need of a big play here. 40-30, Sindogan on top. Serve 1 falls into the net. And that one is going to fall into the net on the slide by Sindogan. It is now deuce, and a chance for a 6-6 second set tiebreaker if this next one goes in. Can Sindogan stave off the Pastolka comeback attempt and bring it to a third set? Or can Pastolka potentially get it to 6-6 and set up the tiebreaker for a potential second set win coming up after this? Deciding point right here. Sindogan or Pastolka? That is the question. What a play to keep your hopes alive. Roman Pastolka gets it on the far side, and he is going to get us a second set tiebreaker as he's able to come back on Roman Pastolka, and now has an opportunity once again to give UAB their first point in this game. Pistolka won the first set 6-3 in dominating fashion. Took it to Amir Sindogan. The second set has not been as kind to the Blazers, but right now he has an opportunity to do what a lot of other UAB Blazers haven't been able to do in their second sets thus far. That's win a crucial set and get his team right in position to get a crucial singles point, which is going to be massive. And we really saw how well he played under pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Sindogan doing everything he could to close that one out and just fell short. So, I mean, yes, it would only be one singles point if he is able to win the tiebreak. You obviously are going to need 4 if you're UAB. But it's a lot easier said than done.
That it is. We are now at court number 1 once again. Trinity Greer with a 2-3 deficit on Mikhail Lazovsky. 15-love, Lazovsky on top. Lazovsky has been a trying test for Trinity Greer here all day in Houston. But Greer battled back in the second set, took the 6-4 win. This one will go wide. These two combatants evenly matched. They've played great tennis all day long and provided for a great classic as we head into this third set. In these last 4 courts, Rice needs just one to go their way to clinch a trip to the semifinals. 15 all game now. Next serve coming here from Lazovsky. A sliding attempt on the backhand by Trinity Greer, but there was no way he was going to be able to catch up to that one. And Lazovsky sharper than a scissors factory on that play.
Yeah, not really much chance for Greer once Lazovsky gets up into the front court.
And he is going to do it again. How nonchalant, how perfect of a job was that? Barely tapped it off the racket, just over the net. And that's great awareness from Mikhail Lazovsky. Make it 40-15.
Cold as ice, putting that drop shot right in front of Trinity Greer, staring him down as he did it.
And Lazovsky bull rushes Greer once again to take a 4-2 lead and add to it here in the third set. Trinity Greer tossed asunder once again. And Mikhail Lazovsky has an opportunity for a third set win with just 2 more singles victories. He can get UAB their first point here of the afternoon. And this has been a very explosive match, as have most of the matches here in the opening round of the CUSA Men's Tennis Championship Tournament for 2023. Last time these two opponents, Rice and UAB, will face each other as Conference USA teams, both moving to the American in the fall. And they have certainly provided CUSA with so many memories, so many great games in their years. Rice being a consistent contender year in and year out, and UAB getting better and better by the day. And great job that time by Trinity Greer Grant, just moving his racket out of the way. Very smart play.
Yeah, I thought better of getting in the way of that one just a little bit too much there from Lazovsky.
30-love lead. That one deflects off the net and goes out of play. Second serve to follow. Out of play once again for Trinity Greer. First point scored by Lazovsky in the 7th game makes it 30-15. Trinity Greer still on top here in the third set. And no, they're going to rule it 40 to love. My apologies. So he must have missed something beforehand from Trinity Greer where he called it out. He's got a 40 love lead and a chance for a sweep now on the serve. Can he bring it to 3-4? Yes, he can. Trinity Greer, a beautiful 7th game, takes out Mikhail Lazovsky, brings it to 3-4, and this third set continues to have the plot thicken between two of the best players you can find in Conference USA. Fantastic job by both of them. And now with so few games remaining between the two in the third set, the remaining opportunities and points that they have become all the more crucial for both sides. And this is when, as a player, Grant, you have to have the attitude of playing your best possible tennis. This is when all of those reps pay off in this big climactic moment.
Yeah, you can only control what you can control at this point. You've got to win your court if you're UAB.
Second set tiebreak over here on court number 2. 5-3 lead for Amir Sindogan. And it is just out of play. Sindogan had a chance at it. He just couldn't manage the angle correctly. Brings it to 5-4. Pastolka still very much in this second set. And Amir Sindogan now 2 away from making it to a third set. If Pastolka can get this one in, he'll clinch a UAB point, but he's going to need a few more to do so. (5-4), Pastolka on the serve. That one goes into the net. Second serve. And Pastolka did everything that he could do to chase that one down. He went inside, outside, up the middle, even did the splits, but he couldn't get it accurately, and he gets it to 6-4 for Amir Sindogan, who now needs just a little bit more to give Rice a second set victory over on court number 2.
Sindogan has missed a few shots, in this tiebreak, but favorable situation for him here.
As you mentioned, it is a very favorable scenario for Amir Sindogan. Roman Pastolka with one last gas potentially in the second set. He's going to need consistent play from here on out to give UAB their first point. And that is a perfect way to start for Roman Pastolka. Bull rushed the net and left no doubt as to what he was going to do for Amir Sindogan. And that's so hard as a player when you're pressed up against the wall like that. You've got a lot less room to work with, and there's a lot less room for error when it comes to angling, and that's exactly what happened. So now 6-5. Sindogan, however, will be back on the serve with a chance to clinch. Here comes the Sindogan special. What a response from Roman Pastolka. Brings it to 6-6, and the second set tiebreaker just will not end. These two players consistently evenly matched. And we have not yet decided who's going to get it here in this second set. Pastolka still knocking on the door of a first point for UAB.
Yeah, quite the tiebreak there. Pastolka obviously down, but never been out. He's fought back against Sendogan and is gonna make him go the distance to get it done here today.
That he will. Both players take a brief break on the bench here on court number 2. And again, a very crucial matchup. Both teams knocking on the door of a potential semifinal appearance against number 1 Middle Tennessee tomorrow. The Raiders are number 27 in the latest ITA rankings, come in as the favorite to repeat as Conference USA champions for the 4th year in a row. And we will see if that will happen. Both these teams want something to say about that. Rice, a little extra motivation. Faced Middle Tennessee earlier this year in the Adams Tennis Complex, the Cathedral of Tennis, and suffered a tough defeat. And they'd love to have them back in their house and show how much they've improved as a team. But for UAB, they haven't played Middle Tennessee yet this year, and they'd love to show they're not a program to be taken lightly. That one, a mistake from Pastolka. It goes out, and he is going to want that one back. 7-6, Sendogan on top. Set point number 7 now shows the true insanity that this game has provided. (7-6). Sendogan on defense. Out of play, it's now 7-7. And these two players, whenever they get on serve, it seems as though they can't make a mistake. And defending has become so hard for both sides. When you're on the back pedal like that, it's a very unfavorable position. Here's the windmill. Yes! Pastolka is able to get it up. He makes it 8-7, and now Amir Sendogan will have another chance, but he'll be on the serve once again. Sendogan cannot afford a mistake here, while Pastolka is going to be looking for the clincher and the first point for UAB in this first round matchup. What's going through the minds of these players right now, Grant?
I mean, exhaustion, frustration. Can I do it? Can I not? Anything and everything.
That one rolled back. 7-8. Second serve. Out of play once again. Can we say 8-8 in this second set tiebreaker? This game will not stop, and these players seemingly content with making this a marathon of action. A truly legendary second set here in Houston, Texas, in the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament. And a beautiful serve by Sendogan. Cornered it on a silver platter, and really nothing that Pastolka could do. 9-8. Set point number 10 coming up. And we will get you more updates on other courts as they come in. First serve is off the mark. Pastolka with the serve. That's it. Amir Sendogan with a beautiful second set win in an insane game between these two. And a round of applause for both. A fantastic job by Amir Sindogan, who generated more power in this game than a solar panel in the Sahara Desert. A fantastic job by him, and Rice is going to keep this one alive on court number 2. We are heading to a third set between Amir Sindogan and Roman Pastolka. So a fantastic game over on court number 2. And we saw both those players going back and forth, back and forth. Truly one of the better games you'll find really in all of Conference USA tennis. But a great job by Amir Sindogan and great resiliency at the end, knowing the circumstances, knowing what was at stake, keeping his team right in the thick of things.
Yep, finding that extra gear to get it done in the tiebreaker and send it to that final set. Just a brilliant performance and really resilient performance today.
We now head to court number 1. 5-4, 15 all. Lazovsky on top. If Trinity Greer can come back and win, Rice will clinch the game and clinch a trip to the semifinals. But Mikhail Lazovsky has had his number virtually all day. Second set was a change of scenery and a change of pace for Greer. This one is going to fall into the net. Do want to report over on court number 3. UAB up 4-0 in the third set. The Blazers have come back in a big way and are not going to lie down quietly. They're going to exhaust every last flame they've got in their arsenal. 30 all. On court 5, UAB took the first set win 7-6. As you remember, they're now up 5-4 with a chance again at another point. And the stumble and the persistence by Trinity Greer. He's going to get it to 40-30. And that was a crucial one that time. Lazovsky still on serve, still not able to put away Trinity Greer. Now in the third hour of this match between these two, and with the way things are looking, who knows when things will end. Next serve. And Grant, we talked about the motivation factor early. You got to imagine that for both these teams, the score right now adds motivation in different ways. First serve goes off the net. Serve 2 for Lazovsky. What a misdirecting. What a backhand. Make it deuce. Lazovsky fired up with an opportunity to clinch the first UAB point right here in what has been a Lightning McQueen speed of a first match. 4-5. Deuce game. And Grant, this is when as a player you got to understand the circumstances and step up.
Yeah, tie game for Lusovsky could be it if he can execute here.
And he can. Mikhail Lazovsky with the hug from his coach. He clinches the first court and gives UAB their first point of the game. And he did it the hard way. He took on one of the best opponents you can find in Conference USA and took out Trinity Greer. And he is going to improve on that already impressive singles record of 16-2, make it 17-2 on the season. A fantastic matchup there, Grant. And I love the persistence and the pursuit that he showed all game.
Yeah, after that commanding first set victory, didn't think he was going to need it in the, need a third set today, but he did take it the distance and got the job done against one of Rice's finest.
And almost at exactly the same time, UAB with Jimenez Perez, an opportunity to clinch yet another UAB point. 40-30 game, Jimenez Perez up 40-30 with a 5-4 lead. And the blaze grows for the Blazers as they add another point to the scoreboard. Jimenez Perez, a 6-4 second set victory after a 7-6 first set win. UAB makes it 3-2 and continues to add to the deficit against Rice. They're not done yet. They're staying with it. And the Rice Owls are continuing to show themselves in peril. UAB is putting it into another gear right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rice, you're starting to get a little bit antsy looking up at that scoreboard. 3-2 now. UAB's come back on 2 courts to win big. And, yeah, we'll just have to see how that affects the outcome here as we come to a close.
Well, for Rice, the worst nightmare would obviously be blowing a 3-0 lead at home with everything in your path to potentially get to the semifinal round against a UAB team that a lot of people thought Rice would beat. But this Blazers team is not going down without a fight. We're going to take you to singles action on another court momentarily. And it is going to be court number 5, rather. West Barnett and Wojtek Podziemny. Court 3, sorry about that. Third time's the charm. And Podziemny shanks that one into the net. He's up 4-2 in the third set right now. West Barnett trying everything he can to give Rice their 4th point. Rice just needs the 1, but if UAB takes the final 2 singles courts, they will move on to the semifinals tomorrow. And Podziemny, the lefty. It's just off the mark, and you see the exhaustion written all over the face and the body language of Wojtek Podziemny. 30 love, West Barnett on top. Next serve for Podziemny. And a beautiful sideline shot again by Podziemny. That'll be his first points here in the 7th game of the third set, 30-15. West Barnett very much in the crosshairs of Podziemny right now, as Coach DeSanto will give him a brief coaching moment. Next serve. And he put on the accelerator once again, and this time he'll get the slap of the skin from Coach DeSanto. 30 all game. And you can see that Podziemny really increased the speed factor that time, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, he really got up, turned on that second gear to get up to that ball. And, you know, Barnett couldn't make it land in between the lines there.
30 all. Into the net. Remember the mistake-free tennis mantra at this point in time. The curveball serve started it off, and it's going to finish it to make it 40-30 here for UAB with a chance to make it 5-2 Blazers if Podziemny can land this next one in on the serve. West Barnett looking to stave off elimination. You see his teammates from Rice in the top right hand of your corner, top right corner rather, of your screen, watching on intently, hoping that he can pull out a miracle. First serve's off the mark. And Podzemny drives it away once again. Make it 5-2 Blazers over on court number 3. And Podzemny now has a chance to lock it down in the next game to make it a 3-3 affair and bring it down to the last court. Both players are going to take a quick bench break as they head to the changeover station. And this game continues to head to a very climactic finale. It was looking so much like a Rice blowout early on, but UAB has found another gear in every sense of the word and has brought this game back. Chance for both players to rest up, to rethink the strategy, to understand the approach. And Grant, you have to imagine the exhaustion at this point has to be weighing.
I would assume it has to. I mean, if you're Podzemny, there's some incredible striking that last game, and you just got to hope that you can keep up that momentum into this one. If you're Barnett, you're going to need a monstrous turnaround.
It will take a monstrous turnaround for West Barnett. Podzemny will be on defense here. The serve coming here from West Barnett. The senior from Little Rock, Arkansas. Well off the mark that time for Podzemny. That's going to make it 15-love. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Vaj Podzemny right down the alley on the beautiful spike, 15-all. We talked about the pedigree that West Barnett has. Also made the round of 16 in singles at the Easter Bowl in that famous tennis tournament. He's been in situations like this his whole life, trying to respond once again. Not going to that time, and you heard the frustration. 30-15, Podzemny needs just 2 more shots to land in to tie this game at 3 improbably. Does Barnett have anything left? 15-30 deficit. On serve. Podzemny awaits. A spin cycle attempt by Barnett, but Podzemny unfazed. He took it out. He makes it 40-15, and West Barnett is now on his last ledger from a potential defeat. And Grant, you got to wonder, how much does the psychological factor weigh on this Rice team now?
Well, I mean, you had a 3-to-love advantage, and you've given it all but away here. Podzemny looking to, as he will, he'll take the match. You're on court number 3 against Barnett, and now you're drawn even. If you're Rice, you felt like you had this one in the bag. You were just close enough, just about close enough to get there. And it's pretty much 0-0. You've got one court that it is all going to come down to this afternoon.
That you do. Podzemny clutch play at the end. Did not give up, gave up the second set. Things looked like they might be snowballing back to Rice, but now they are snowballing right down the hill in favor of the UAB Blazers. Somehow we have gotten to a 3-3 game, one court left to decide it. It's going to come down to court number 2. Amir Sindogan and Roman Pastolka in their third set. Pastolka with a 2-to-love advantage right now. 30-love overall in the third game. Pastolka on top. And Pastolka rings the bell once again to bring it to 40-love. Coach DeSanto very happy with that one. Amir Sandogan, you can see the look on his face. Disappointment is intensifying for him and the rest of this Rice Owls squad. And more it seems like things are inevitably going the way of the UAB Blazers. The serve. And you see the ITA official ruled it was out. And that is not what Pastolka saw there, Grant.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he doesn't have a great view, and neither does the official.
It was definitely on the far angle. This one in. And now it's out. Sandogan gets his first point here in the third game to make it 40-15. Roman Pastolka lost in the second set in dramatic fashion. The 6-6 tiebreaker. Took the first set 6-3. And that one falls into the net. Amir Sandogan not going quietly yet. Pastolka, the senior from Český Boj, Czech Republic. 11-4 in singles overall this season. That leads the team. He is 10-2 from the number 2 spot. First serve goes into the net. A semifinalist in the Czech Junior Republic in the past. And a force to be reckoned with in the present. Roman Pastolka makes it 3-0 here in the third set, as Amir Sandogan can do nothing but just sit and watch. Both players are going to head towards the changeover station and take a brief break as Roman Pastolka and the UAB Blazers find themselves just 3 wins away from a potential comeback of epic proportions at the CUSA Men's Tennis Tournament opening round.
Yeah, Dylan, I don't think we could have asked for any better of a matchup this afternoon. Rice got off to quite a hot start, taking that doubles point, and nearly 4 hours later, here we are. You know, last court of the day, and it's come down to this final set.
That it certainly has. You see both players getting pep talks from their coaches. This moment's so critical for both of them. When you consider the mileage, the years, the heart, the intensity, the blood, the sweat that they have poured on the tennis court for their lifetimes, this tournament and this day means all the more for it. But only one will walk off of this court as a victor for his team. You hear the teammates and some of the Rice fans cheering on Amir Sandogan, but the odds are nothing short of long right now. And this would be a collapse that they would forever come to rue if it did come to occur on this day. First serve from Sandogan goes into the net. 3-0 lead for Pastolka once again if you're just joining us here on MTN Sports. And he put way too much mustard on that when it goes out of play. Leads to a 15-love Sendogan lead. And Grant, looks like that one just got away from him.
Yeah, miss hits are going to happen, and Pastolka absolutely yanked that one.
That he did. Roman Pastolka dominated the first set once again. Lost the second set in a close one, but has dominated the first half of this third set. Oh my goodness, what a misdirect from Roman Pastolka. Absolutely smoked it that time.
Fantastic return of serve there for Pastolka. And there's not much you can do if you're Sendogan other than applaud there.
And right now, if you're Efe Oostendong, the head coach for Rice, the last thing that you want for your player, Amir Sendogan, is for him to be simply resigned to his fate. That one out of play. Good call by Amir Sendogan. Lets it go out, brings it to 30-15. Sendogan searching for his first point of this third set in the singles round. You hear the chant of Rice Owls coming from the rest of the team. Out of play once again. This time it's Pastolka with the brilliant recognition. 30-all. And sometimes, Grant, those plays kind of seem small, but they add up huge in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, Sendogan drawing back even here. You talked about just a minute ago not being reserved to his fate. Fighting back here all the way until the end of the match.
And he continues to fight. A beautiful serve right towards the back line. 40-30 now. Amir Sendogan with a chance at a much-needed first point in set 3. Now, how does Roman Pastolka, not on serve right now, on the defensive side, how does he respond with this deficit? Can he bring it to 4-0? The windmill into the net. Amir Sendogan in desperate need of a point right here. Pastolka responds to the pressure. Watches that one fly out, brings it to deuce. And he has a chance at a 4-0 lead right here on the deciding point. And if Sendogan cannot get this with this on-serve game, you have to almost imagine for his sake it might be over. Of course, you don't want to count your eggs before they hatch, but it certainly will be the longest of odds for Amir Sendogan. There you see the percentage of break points won. We'll get back to that match in just a moment. We're experiencing a few difficulties, but we'll get back to it in just a second. But this game is coming down to the wire, Grant, and we're seeing really the best of both worlds when it comes to Rice and UAB, and we're seeing what they've got deep inside, the deep reservoirs of energy and passion that they have. This is where they lay it all on the line.
Yeah, indeed, this is, I mean, it's all come down to this final court here today, and Sendogan struggling. Well, obviously, you know, this one's kind of leaning in the favor of UAB, but as you said, we got to play it out to the end. Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened, and comebacks are always a possibility when it comes to the Conference USA tournament. We'll get back to that match in just a second as soon as we're able to recover it. Again, this match on court 2 between Amir Sendogan and Roman Pastolka in the third set. Pastolka with a 3-0 lead, chance at a 4-0 lead, which would put him in the driver's seat with the next on serve to potentially take the set and take the victory for the UAB Blazers. We're now going to send it to a break. We're going to work out some technical difficulties, and we will be right back here on MTN Sports with the conclusion of the Rice UAB opening round CUSA men's tennis tournament match. Do not go anywhere, right here on MTN.
Mental health affects us all, whether you finish first or last.
Whether you win or lose.
The stigma around these issues causes those around us to suffer in silence.
Mental health is nothing to be ashamed of.
You are not alone.
You are not alone. As a student athlete,
As a teammate,
As a friend,
We pledge to continue the conversation.
because it matters.
Because you matter.
stand up to the stigma.
Stand up.
Stand up.
Continue the conversation.
You are not alone.
I have a voice.
You have a voice.
We have a voice.
Our voices can be heard.
Outside of sports.
As student athletes, we have a platform.
Now more than ever.
It's important that we listen, learn, and lead, and raise our voices for change.
We can all do more.
Now is the time
To make a difference.
This is our chance.
This is our chance to make a better tomorrow.
Together,
we will continue the conversation.
We have a voice.
On June 23, 1972, Title IX was signed into law, and it reads, "No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity, receiving federal financial assistance." Happy 50th anniversary, Title IX. Thank you for giving little girls like me and big kids like Conference USA student athletes the opportunity to dream big.
Hello everybody, welcome back once again to the Cathedral of Tennis, the Adams Tennis Complex live in Murfreesboro. Let's not waste a second longer and get you right back into the action on court number 2 for the deciding point. 40-30, Emir Sandogan and Roman Postolka. And Postolka brings it to deuce on the clutch play and the misdirect. One more set point for Roman Postolka, and UAB will complete one of the most improbable comebacks that you could ever see, Grant.
Yeah, Dylan, unfortunately we had to step away for just a few moments due to some technical difficulties, but it has not slowed the momentum of Roman Postolka, forcing a deciding point here. Up 3 breaks on Emir Sandogan and looking to put this one away for the Blazers.
Here we go, folks. History in the making. Sandogan with the serve. And Sandogan comes up clutch. Just what the doctor ordered for UAB versus Rice. The game will continue on forward as we get to 5-1 now. And you hear the Rice Owls fans not quitting on this game yet, as Emir Sandogan just did not. But Roman Postolka will be back on serve, and he needs just 4 more shots to ring in to clinch this victory. We are now past the 3.5-hour mark in this match. And you talk about a fortuitous bounce. That was an unfortuitous bounce, Grant.
Yeah, that ball just popped straight up in the air. Sandogan able to read it quite quickly, and just a devastating forehand. Not really any chance for Postolka to even get in the way of it.
15 love, Sandogan on top. Fans in Houston watching with bated breath. And the ITA official ruled that that serve was out of play. So Postolka thought he got it in, but that is not what was called. Not the first time they've had a dispute over a serve today. And Sandogan, 30 love now, another big time response as he steps up to the moment. Houston, take it away. Another response from Emir Sandogan, and the fist pump goes into the air, make it 40 love. He wants a second straight victory. And Grant, it's momentum change after momentum change.
It's been the story of the match this afternoon.
And that one is called out. 40-15. Again, great recognition from Roman Postolka. Watches it go past the back line. Still in a 40-15 deficit, but he just needs 3 more shots to ring in to send UAB to the semifinals. And Emir Sandogan does it again. Make it 5-2. He's not going away that easily. And he put more spin on that last shot than a teacup at Disneyland. 5-2. Rice and UAB in the third and final clinching set. And they'll head over to the changeover station for a quick break. Folks, if you're just joining us here on MTN Sports, it has been an instant classic between these two CUSA foes in the first round of the 2023 Conference USA Men's Tennis Championship Tournament. The last two times that these two teams will face each other in the tournament. Grant, what gives Sendogan the motivation and what gives him the passion that he has? Obviously you want to win, but that belief in yourself becomes more crucial here at the end.
I think particularly within that last game, love 40, 15, 40, he just got to the point you can almost kind of see Pastolka's losing that control over his serve, losing that bit of momentum that he had beforehand. I think it's just any sliver of hope that Sendogan can see that I can still pull this out for my team, and that's what's keeping him alive right now.
That it is. Sendogan will be back on serve in the 8th game of this third set. Pastolka had a 5-0 lead, but it has dwindled down to 5-2. Will there be another improbable comeback? That to be decided in the future. Out once again, and Amir Sendogan brings it to 15 love off the awry backhand. The intensity is palpable here in Houston. The next serve coming from Sendogan. 15 love lead. And again, Amir Sendogan watches it go out of play, and Pastolka's impenetrable defense has been coming down brick by brick as this game progresses. 30 love lead, Amir Sendogan. And that one never had a chance. It goes straight into the stands. 40 love lead now for Amir Sendogan, as Pastolka's hopes are beginning to unravel bit by bit. You couldn't script it any better. 40 love, first serve. Into the net. Serve 2 to follow. Out of play, and Amir Sendogan has somehow brought it to 5-3 on Roman Pastolka, and this game continues to continue. And you see UAB coaches coming over to have a word with Roman Pastolka. Everything seemed to be going his way early, but it has completely unraveled in front of him. He still needs just 4 more shots to send his team to the next round. But the weight that is on his shoulders, Grant, can hardly be imagined.
Trouble with the return there for Sendogan, and as you mentioned, a lot of weight potentially on his shoulders, but it's almost kind of nice knowing that you're the one that gets to be the decider, be the one that's in control here.
Pistolka on serve once again, a 15-love lead. Now just 3 shots away. 15-love, first serve. And a beautiful recovery by Amir Sindogan. The crowd explodes like Krakatoa, and it's 15-all. Pistolka with the next serve. 15-all. Sindogan, another cross-court shot. 30-15. Rice on top here in game number 9. And Grant, now, maybe more than ever, the home crowd advantage here in Houston is beginning to come into play.
Yeah, I know they haven't been that animated throughout the afternoon up until really about this point when Sindogan started to mount this comeback.
We talk so much about the choir at the Cathedral of Tennis. Rice with their own right here. First serve goes back. Serve 2 to follow. Into the net again. Amir Sindogan makes it 40-15. Can he bring it to 5-4 with a chance to be on serve for the next game? And can the improbable happen in Houston? Three and a half hours in now. First serve goes wide. Serve 2. Break point. That one is back. A double fault from Roman Pistolka. And like the Roman Empire, things are crumbling around him. Make it 5-4, and Amir Sindogan will head to the changeover station. He'll be next on serve with a chance to bring it to 5-5. Are you kidding me? .50 just a bit ago. He had everything in front of him. The world was in his hands, and all of a sudden things have quickly gone awry. But Grant, we've talked so much about the momentum shifts and how quickly things can change in the game of tennis. And if you ever needed a clearer example of that, take a look at this game.
Right you are. I mean, Pistolka looked like he had him dead to rights there earlier in this third set, and Sindogan has just not quit.
It's that never say die attitude from Amir Sindogan that has allowed him the opportunity to come back for his home team here in Houston with everything in front of him, knowing what's at stake, knowing what's on the line, knowing what has to be done. The sophomore from Adana, Turkey, he's been clutch all year long. He has the best overall singles record on the team for a reason, and he is showing it right now. Was once number 128 in the ITF Junior rankings, an ITF Junior G4 singles champion, and an ITF Junior G3 doubles champion. And as we mentioned before, he's already been CUSA Athlete of the Week in this season. And play like this is remembered for generations to come. 4-5, Sindogan on the serve. And it looks like there was something that flew onto the court. I believe that was the ball. And that has resulted in a retry. Out of play once again. Amir Sindogan, beautiful recognition. As Michael Scott would say, how the turntables. 15-love lead.
You know, I've thought of a few different Michael Scott references throughout the afternoon. This has been a long one. Closing in on the finale here in Houston.
As you mentioned, it has been a long game today, approaching 4 hours now between Rice and UAB in this epic. Beautiful volley right there. And again, Pastolka could not angle it in play. And look at the nervous reactions from the UAB sideline. 30-love Amir Sindogan.
Would be truly heartbreaking for UAB to come all this way, to fight all the way back after being down 3-love and ultimately fall short at the hands of Amir Sindogan.
Serve 2 coming up. Battle between sophomore and senior. Serve 2. Out of play once again. 40-love Amir Sindogan. And Amir Sindogan has a chance to somehow bring this game to 5-5 and would need 2 more wins in a row to give Rice a trip to the semifinals right here in Houston. That one goes out of play. Serve 2. Pastolka responds to the pressure. Makes it 40-15 on the sideline shot. But Sindogan's still very much in the driver's seat. Grant, what has to be going through the mind of Roman Pastolka right here?
Dylan, I wish I could tell you, but I got nothing at this point. I don't even know.
Hard to imagine what's going on in the mind of that senior right now. Concern, worry?
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys have put every last drop of energy they have into this match here today. Someone has to come out on top, though.
Out of play. Second straight point for Pastolka. 40-30 now. Perhaps a little bit of a comeback of his own. Or perhaps a last gasp. 40-30, Amir Sindogan on top. Pastolka 2 points away from a win. Sindogan a point away from a 5-5 tie. Yes, he'll do it. Emir Sindogan, 5-5. 5 straight wins for Rice. And we now have a 5-5 game in front of us. One of the most improbable things that could ever be seen in the CUSA Men's Tennis Championship Tournament. Pastolka will be back on serve. 5-5 game. Out of play, and Roman Pastolka answers first. It's 15-love.
Too much on the slice there from Sindogan. Nice shot selection, just couldn't get it to fall.
And it looks like Emir Sindogan wants a new racket. He's going over to the sideline, the changeover station. Sometimes you need a new weapon of choice. Emir Sindogan going to his bag of not just tricks, but of rackets. Down 15-love to Roman Pastolka, who's currently on serve. Deflects off the net, wide of the box, serve 2. And that one falls short of the net. And now perhaps doubt in the mind of Emir Sindogan. After he had dominated the last 5 games, he's down 30-love in this one. And this is exactly the start that Pastolka was looking for. The Texas sun beaming down on both these competitors. Resembles an old Western shootout. And again, it's going to be short for Emir Sindogan. Perhaps he's starting to unravel a bit. 40-love, Pastolka on top. Pastolka will be on serve for the next game. Or Sindogan, rather. First serve deflects off the net. Serve 2. Up and over and in. Roman Pastolka takes a 6-5 lead in a dominating Game 11. And he'll head to the changeover station once again, just 4 shots away from ultimate victory. So Grant, Pastolka finds himself in a very similar position in the changeover station. He was 4 shots away for 5 games, and he could not finish it. But he's in that position once again, not on serve, but with Sindogan right in front of him. Does the last 5 games at all weigh in his mind, or does he take the result from the 6th and use that as his sole focus and sole consensus in his own head right now?
I think the scoreboard's back at 0. You've got to play this like it's the very beginning of the game. Everybody, you know that your opponent's ridiculously tired. You're ridiculously tired, and there's not much left to give. But if he could defend this service game from Sindogan, be an impressive victory here today for the Blazers.
A brief recap if one's needed. Rice jumped out to a 3-0 lead early on in this game, took the doubles point, took 2 singles matches. UAB was on the brink. The Blazers rattled off 3 straight wins in a row to bring it to 3-3. Roman Pastolka had a 5-0 lead in the third set, was 4 shots away from victory. Amir Sindogan responded the only way he could with 5 straight singles wins of his own. Pastolka took the last game in the 11th. It is now 6-5. If Pastolka wins the next game, UAB heads to the CUSA semifinals. If Sindogan wins, we play on. That will go out of play. It's 15-love. Pastolka, 3 shots away from glory now. 15-love lead. And granted, it looked like Sindogan overplayed that one.
Yeah, just a little bit too much on that forehand, and well read there by Pastolka to let it go.
15-love. Out once again. Roman Pastolka has built back up his confidence and has found something deep inside to make it 30-love. 2 shots away. "30-love, the serve. Into the net. Past 4 hours in the game now. And Sindogan angles that one in to make it 30-15. Not done yet. Amir Sindogan, what do you have left in the tank? Serve 1. And he's going to rule that out of play. And he's going to get it. The ITA official overrules Sindogan. It's 40-15, 1 shot away.
Yeah, Sindogan really wanted that one, and probably one of the closer balls in this point.
For Roman Pastolka, the senior, perhaps in many ways it has all led to this point as he stares across at Amir Sindogan. First serve into the net. Into the net, and Amir Sindogan survives to fight another day, 40-30. Not done yet. And Sindogan has answered the call time and time again in this game, just when it seemed as though it would be over, finding a way to come back. Does he have 2 more shots left in him, or was that the last gasp? Another showdown between two legendary opponents. Double faults. Hollywood could not write a script better. The UAB Blazers are going to the Conference USA semifinals, their first tournament win since 2016, and they overcome a 3-0 deficit to get the job done, and they've upset the hometown Rice Owls. A phenomenal performance by this Blazer squad. Houston, we have a problem, and it's the UAB Blazers. They will face the number 1 seeded Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders tomorrow at noon right here on MTN Sports. Grant, I think one of the most phenomenal and fantastic Conference USA men's tennis tournament games we could ever see. UAB came away with the 4-3 win at the end, but they did it the hard way. Down 3-0 with everything stacked against them. They found a way, and then even in the final game, we saw how they gave up a 5-0 lead. Rice was right there on the comeback with Amir Sandogan, but they found a way to persevere and get that final shot.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you have people like Trinity Greer who struggled but ended up, losing those battles early, and even with that, Rice was up, like you said, 3 courts. They had the doubles point. I mean, well on their way to victory, and UAB just dramatic fashion somehow flipped a switch like we were talking about. They're going to have to find a way to be gritty and to kind of earn these victories, and they did. So quite a match, and excited to see what they'll bring to the table as they take on the Blue Raiders tomorrow.
It certainly will be an interesting matchup, and we saw the fortitude, the tenacity, and the determination from the UAB Blazers today. They're going to bring all of that and more tomorrow to the top-seeded Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. So it's official. It'll be a showdown of 1 versus 5. Tune in right here tomorrow on MTN Sports. We'll have live coverage of that game and the CUSA Men's Tennis Championship as we continue the coverage here from Murfreesboro of the games in Houston. For Grant Langston, I'm Dylan Simmons, and for the rest of our MTN Sports staff, thank you all so much for watching,